Chapter 1801, Emperor God Wall. The resting city is just ahead, so let's go there first. Jade River said. Zenith Palace had sent more than 9,000 disciples to participate in the Akashic Dream battlefield, and she wasn't the decision-maker. The decision-makers were the several half-step world kings that had joined in. They were elders of Zenith Palace, and this also included the Vice Palace Master, the white-robed old man who had been hosting the meeting conference. Entering the Akashic Dream universe had no restrictions on age. Rather, it looked at whether or not someone was an outstanding individual and just how much potential they possessed. Generally speaking, if one was doomed to never be able to take another step forwards in their cultivation road, then there was no need for them to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. Only those who had hopes of going further down their road of martial arts would come here to struggle for a lucky chance. The city within the Akashic Dream universe was extremely lifelike, and none of it felt like an illusion at all. Touching anything gave a feeling no different than interacting with objects in the real world. The truth was that the spiritual world and real world were never clearly distinguished to begin with. In fact, there were even some Spiritas martial artists who theorized that the current 33 heavens was nothing more than a dream of a sleeping creator god. This city was incomparably broad, and a massive number of outstanding elites were also gathered here. Many more martial artists continued to hasten their way to the city. Of these people's cultivation, the lowest amongst them were at the Soul Sea realm, a Spirita's cultivation realm equivalent to the human Divine Sea realm. As for the highest, they were great world kings, and more than one at that. Lin Ming guessed that there were likely also half-step Empyreans here, and even true Empyrean Supreme Elders. He just hadn't seen them yet. As they arrived not too far from the city, Lin Ming looked up at the city gates that rose 1,000 feet high. Above these gates were two strange Spiritas characters. Lin Ming had previously studied the language of the Spiritas. He could see that these characters said, Emperor City. Each character was the size of a large house, and they were drawn in an illustrious manner. The aura they gave off was intimidating. Even Lin Ming couldn't help but feel a faint sense of awe and dread upon seeing these characters. Emperor City was surrounded by walls on 3 sides, each side stretching out nearly 1,000 miles long. As for the rear side of the city, it was backed up against a giant divine mountain. This divine mountain was as smooth as a mirror and was covered with a canopy of runes. As Lin Ming and the others approached within 100 miles of this divine mountain, they felt a tremendous pressure. Ordinary Zenith Palace disciples could not approach. As they tried, they felt all of their blood vitality, spirit essence, and soul force being pulled upon by this pressure, making the energy within them nearly explode outwards from their bodies. Jade River said, "This is the Emperor God Wall. It has already existed for countless years and is the divine object of Emperor City. It is said that it was stained with the blood of peerless god kings, and their aura has yet to dissipate even after billions upon billions of years have passed. And what we see now is only a projection of the Emperor God Wall. The true Emperor God Wall is not here, but every city has a projection of the Emperor God Wall." As Jade River spoke, the disciples of Zenith Palace were shocked. Even Lin Ming was left flabbergasted. It was only a projection, yet it exuded such a terrifying pressure. Then, just what would the true Emperor God Wall be like? Some of the outstanding disciples of Zenith Palace strode within several miles of the God Wall. At this distance, they could see many martial artists tirelessly moving forwards, as well as some others meditating beneath it. They are cultivating, trying to use the pressure of the Emperor God Wall to aid in their breakthrough. A Zenith Palace elder explained. By being beneath the Emperor God Wall, one would have to withstand a terrifying pressure. This pressure could burden one's soul and spirit essence, and even directly work upon the martial artist's body that was sealed away in a separate space to further temper their blood vitality, allowing them to make a breakthrough. It was an incomparably mysterious phenomenon. This cultivation isn't too bad. There are also some characters on the God Wall. A Zenith Palace disciple exclaimed. Lin Ming looked up, able to clearly read the runes written atop the Emperor God Wall. These runes were ancient and mysterious, consisting of the Spiritas language from billions of years ago. Not even Lin Ming could fully understand them. These carvings are, a Zenith Palace disciple asked. They are the rules, as well as the divine objects within the Akashic Dream battlefield. Look at the third row, that is the Wild God Creed. In the legends it's said to be a holy text left behind by the first ancestor of the Spiritas. The fourth row lists the Weeping God Springs. It is said to be a deep spring that can even help cleanse the marrows of a true divinity supreme elder. If one could obtain that God Springs water to use for alchemy, they could make true divinity level medicines. As for the fifth row, the one speaking was the white-robed Vice Palace Master. His understanding of the Akashic Dream battlefield was more deep than Jaydriver's, and as he slowly introduced the various objects, everyone who listened to him was left dumbfounded. Although they clearly knew they couldn't obtain any of these things, just hearing about it was more than enough to cause their blood to boil over with excitement. How do we obtain these things? Lin Ming asked. As for the other disciples of Zenith Palace, although they didn't think they could ever obtain these treasures, they were still curious about how one obtained them. The Vice Palace Master said, some of these divine objects can be exchanged for using an incredible amount of merit points. As for some other things, they require achievements, lucky chances, or various other items to exchange for them. As he spoke, another Zenith Palace disciple said, look, there are also names carved upon the God Wall. Hearing this disciple shout, many people looked down. As he said, there were indeed names of powerhouses left behind on the Emperor God Wall. These names were all written in different handwriting styles and they emitted a dreadful aura. One could instantly see that they weren't left behind by ordinary mortals. Those that can leave behind their names are mostly Empyreans as well as a small number of great world kings. They are all proud children of heaven that have existed through the history of the Spiritas. There are some people that weren't Empyreans when they left behind their names, but they would eventually become Empyreans in the future. Rather, it should be said that most of them became extreme Empyreans, and a few of them even managed to step into the realm of true divinity. The Zenith Palace Elder's explanation left everyone bewildered. Even amongst the Spiritas, true divinities were a mythical existence. It was hard for ordinary martial artists to imagine what they were like. Shang Mei. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. Amongst the many names, he could make out Shang Mei's. Shang Mei had also carved her name above the God Wall. Soul Empress Shang Mei, her talent cannot be imagined. Through the vast 33 heavens, no one can surpass her. Jaydriver thought that Lin Ming had come from the wild mountains and didn't know about many matters, thus she briefly introduced Shang Mei. Shang Mei was absolutely the heroine of the Spiritas, and as Jaydriver mentioned her name, she felt awe and pride. Not everyone can leave behind their name on the Emperor God Wall. These people have all achieved some peerless accomplishments or have accumulated merit points to a terrifying degree. Only then can they leave behind their name on the Emperor God Wall. Another Zenith Palace elder explained. At this time, everyone was startled. They watched as a decrepit one-legged old man with scattered hair walked towards the Emperor God Wall. Because this person only had one leg, he seemed to hop as he walked. In addition to that, his entire face was marred with horrifying scars, making him seem like a ghost walking around during daytime. Just who is that? What a scary-looking old man. Standing beside Jaydriver, Shao-Chi couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock. Stop spouting nonsense, a Zenith Palace elder hurriedly said. However, Shao-Chi's words had already been heard by the one-legged old man. The old man's hearing was extremely sharp. He suddenly turned his head, revealing a grisly and humorless smile. With this, everyone could see that he had a great world king cultivation. All of the disciples from Zenith Palace paled. He. The one-legged old man diabolically grinned. As he stared at Shao-Chi, Shao-Chi shivered and a cold chill ran up her back. She felt as if she were being stared at by some viper. Our junior was being foolish. Senior, please forgive her. Whatever. I am someone that bears deep grudges. The one-legged old man simply didn't place the Zenith Palace Vice Palace Master in his eyes. As he turned back and walked forwards, he left behind an endless killing intent. For a time, Shao-Chi's face turned as white as funeral paper. Elder, I. No one thought that in Emperor City, just a few words could draw a catastrophe upon oneself. The several elders of Zenith Palace all had ugly complexions. That one-legged old freak had a bizarre personality. If one annoyed him, they definitely wouldn't have a happy ending. And at this time, a gloating laugh rang out. Ha, congratulations everyone from Zenith Palace. You just arrived, and yet you've already drawn a winning ticket. Looking at your expressions, it seems you'll all be wiped out sooner or later. These words caused the disciples from Zenith Palace to frown. They turned to see a middle-aged fat man jovially walking towards them, laughing all the while. Behind him was a large group all wearing the same uniform. It was clear that they came from the same influence. There's even a human. Has Zenith Palace degenerated so much that they must even send a human to participate in the Akashic Dream battlefield? The fat man openly mocked Zenith Palace as he saw Lin Ming. Forget about him, let's go. The Vice Palace Master was clearly acquainted with the fat man, but their relationship seemed extremely bad. He didn't want to have any accidents occur. Within the confines of Emperor City, fighting wasn't allowed. Just as the Vice Palace Master was leading the disciples to leave, the skies suddenly darkened. A massive ancient vicious beast emitted a terrifying slaughter energy as it flew over the city gates and fell atop a tall pagoda within the city. This ancient vicious beast was huge, and as it unfolded its wingspan was nearly 100 miles wide, almost camouflaging the skies. The towering pagoda that it fell upon seemed as small as a toy. A horrifying howl pierced through the heavens, making the ears tingle with numbness. What an amazingly dreadful aura! Just what kind of ancient beast is that? Many Zenith Palace disciples asked, horrified. That is a Leviathan rock. Although it has an impure bloodline, it can almost compare with a god beast. It is even stronger than most half-step Empyreans. A Zenith Palace elder whispered, his breath catching in his throat. I know this Leviathan rock, it is Empyrean Heavencore's personal mount. This isn't even its complete form. When it fully manifests its body, its wingspan can reach 1,000 miles. As everyone was speaking, the Leviathan rock suddenly opened its gaping jaws. An army of martial artists walked out from within the stomach of the Leviathan rock. In the legends, the Leviathan rock had a separate world contained within its body. It could easily swallow mountains and rivers, much less something as small as hundreds of thousands of disciples. These disciples that marched out from the stomach of the Leviathan rock were all from Heavencore Heavenly Palace. Besides the outstanding young elites of Heavencore Heavenly Palace, there were also the core disciples and the martial artists that made up the backbone of Heavencore Heavenly Palace. Lin Ming was vigilant as he saw this. Amongst these people, there were many world kings, great world kings, and even half-step Empyreans. They were all disciples of Heavencore Heavenly Palace. However, some of these people had already followed Empyrean Heavencore for 100,000 years and were no longer considered juniors. These people possessed a profound cultivation. The reason they came to the Akashic Dream battlefield was in hopes of going further in their cultivation. For instance, a great world king becoming a half-step Empyrean, or a half-step Empyrean becoming a true Empyrean. This is an Empyrean level influence. Some people sighed in admiration. Just any one of these high-level Heavencore Heavenly Palace disciples could easily sweep away Zenith Palace. Far too many masters had gathered at the Akashic Dream battlefield. It was destined to be an unrivaled war. Chapter 1802, Empyreans Involved. More and more martial artists began gathering at Emperor City. Many large sects had several tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of disciples arrive. Among these people, Lin Ming saw a great deal of half-step Empyreans. However, he didn't see any true Empyreans. There are so many world kings, great world kings, and even half-step Empyreans. This is my first time entering the Akashic Dream battlefield, and my cultivation is just at the early Soul Lord realm. If I face opponents like these, won't I be instantly evaporated? A young Zenith Palace disciple timidly asked. The Vice Palace Master shook his head, saying, "Our war will occur within the Akashic Dream battlefield. The laws there are special and will suppress everyone's cultivation to the Soul Lord realm. As for those that haven't reached the Soul Lord realm, their cultivations will be forcefully enhanced to that boundary, making everyone's cultivation the same. Even so, a half-step Empyrean powerhouse isn't someone you can deal with, because their comprehension of laws and their skill in cultivation methods have reached an unimaginable degree. Even if you are both at the Soul Lord realm, it will only take an instant to kill you. But that doesn't mean you have no chance of escape. If dozens of you see a half-step Empyrean, you can all scatter in different directions. This will give you a chance of survival," the Vice Palace Master explained. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred, so there were such rules. This was also reasonable. Lin Ming had seen many inheritance lands in the past that had similar rules. To lessen the disparity brought about by age, everyone's cultivations would be equalized. In order for the most outstanding individuals to obtain the inheritances, all that would be tested was one's talent and potential. As everyone was speaking, howling winds suddenly rose up. Turbulent black clouds came roiling over from the horizon, blocking out the sun. In this extremely gloomy environment, ghostly howls filled the air. Everyone felt an inexplicable sense of fear. As they all looked up into the skies, they seemed to see endless ghosts dancing about amongst the dark clouds. For a time, all the disciples of Zenith Palace were frightened. Even the Vice Palace Master had an extremely ugly complexion. It's Empyrean Myriad Ghost. That old geezer, he's here to make a mess. Empyrean. Even an Empyrean came to the Akashic Dream battlefield? The Zenith Palace disciples looked at each other, panic etched in their eyes. Even an Empyrean had arrived. Even if their cultivation was suppressed to the Soul Lord realm, an Empyrean level powerhouse was far too powerful in existence and could instantly wipe out their group. This Akashic Dream battlefield was truly a convergence of masters. Normally there is no desire for Empyreans to come here. After an Empyrean is a true divinity, and only the tiniest minority of Empyreans have been able to take this final step. Coming here for them is just a waste of time, and there isn't anything they can learn through messing around with you juniors. But this Empyrean Myriad Ghost has an extremely eccentric and strange personality. I wonder just what he came to the Akashic Dream battlefield for. All of you make sure to hide from him and have no contact with him at all," the Vice Palace Master urgently said. It's a waste for an Empyrean to come? Since they are strong, wouldn't it be easier for them to gather merit points and achievements to exchange them for rewards? Lin Ming asked. Some Zenith Palace disciples who had come to the Akashic Dream universe for the first time also perked up their ears. This information was extremely important to them. The Vice Palace Master simply shook his head. Merit points are for the young, they aren't something us old fellows can obtain. This is because after the 3 years are over, the final amount of merit points after being settled is based upon age. For instance, if an Empyrean that has lived for tens of millions of years enters the Akashic Dream battlefield and slaughters their way to 1 billion merit points, their merit points are divided by their age, thus they might have a measly several hundred left remaining. There just isn't anything they can exchange for with this amount. As the Vice Palace Master spoke, Lin Ming was suddenly enlightened about the situation. All things considered, the Akashic Dream battlefield was a stage set for the younger generation, and this was also a reasonable premise. If the Akashic Dream battlefield was a land of inheritance, then inheritances naturally had to be passed on to the young. If old fellows like the Vice Palace Master came, they came not for the merit points but for the experience of fighting with martial artists of the same level. After all, in the real world these older martial artists rarely had the opportunity to fight with other martial artists of the same age and boundary. And without fighting, it would be difficult to hone their cultivation. He can't obtain any merit points, nor can he find anyone of his level to fight. Is that Empyrean myriad ghost really here to cause a ruckus? The Vice Palace Master mumbled. Some Empyreans had extremely peculiar personalities. For instance, there might be some Empyreans who didn't obtain any advantages from the Akashic Dream battlefield during their youth, thus they also didn't want anyone else to obtain benefits. It was true that an Empyrean couldn't obtain merit points, but they also possessed the ability to ensure that no one else did either. For instance, they could do this by continually slaughtering everyone else. If this were true, then during this venture into the Akashic Dream battlefield, the low-level disciples would truly be having a miserable time. As the Vice Palace Master was lost in thought, at this time a vast slaughter energy as deep as an ocean covered the entirety of Emperor City, enveloping everyone. For a time, a horrifying pressure spread outwards, and all the light within the city disappeared. The martial artists were stranded in this thick black chaos, leaving them suffocating. This is the Chaos Force Field, the signature domain of Chaos Demon God, another Empyrean. I understand now. The reason Empyrean Myriad Ghost came to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield this time is so that he can fight with Chaos Demon God. Both of them don't like each other to begin with, but if they fought in the real world, then that would be an earth-sundering battle between two Empyreans. Moreover, if there were any wounds, those would be losses that neither side could afford. So, the two of them must have agreed to meet in the Akashic Dream battlefield. Like this, there won't be any problems with the two of them fighting. The Zenith Palace elders wryly smiled to each other as they realized this. A battle between two Empyreans was bound to affect the little fish. The low-level disciples of Zenith Palace were in for a tragic time. If they were sucked into the battle, they wouldn't even have ashes left over. All of you must be careful after entering the Akashic Dream battlefield. Make sure you avoid those two old monsters at all costs. Aya, what horrible luck this is. The Vice Palace Master sighed with emotion. At this time, Lin Ming had regained his composure. He asked, Senior Vice Palace Master, Junior has a question he would like to ask. What is it? Seeing the one asking another question was Lin Ming, the Vice Palace Master faintly frowned. It seemed all this disciple did was ask questions again and again. Junior would like to know just how many merit points are required to exchange for a golden page? On the Emperor God wall, the rules for obtaining rewards from the Akashic Dream battlefield were listed. However, because these rules were all written in the ancient language of the Spiritas, Lin Ming found them difficult to read. The Vice Palace Master was speechless. This disciple was far too curious. Just why did he want to know all of this? You sure have many worries. What you should be concerning yourself with is thinking about how to survive. The honest method of these sect wars is to kill as many enemies as possible. As for that golden page, that is something that hasn't been exchanged for in the last several hundred millions of years. It requires 1 billion merit points, so don't get your hopes up about obtaining it. The Vice Palace Master impatiently responded. Lin Ming smiled, thank you Senior for the guidance. All of you rest early and don't bother caring about such meaningless things. At dawn tomorrow we will be entering the Akashic Dream battlefield. At that time, I also hope that you all will be able to fight for a little bit of glory for our Zenith Palace. The last several times that Zenith Palace participated in the Akashic Dream battlefield, their results had been ordinary at best. This left the high-level figures of Zenith Palace feeling anxious. Like this, all disciples of Zenith Palace looked for a place to rest. Although Emperor City was large, there were even more martial artists. Most rooms were already occupied. Spirit ships, cave dwellings, and other such magic tools couldn't be brought in, so many martial artists spent the night sitting in meditation in the air. At the dawn of the next day, the morning was misty and bright. Rays of morning light sprinkled down, reflecting from the Emperor God wall and shining upon all the martial artists present. Everyone was covered in this sunlight. Finally, this sunlight turned into countless motes of light that converged into everyone's tokens. "What is this?" a young disciple asked with surprise. "This is elementary spirit source. In truth, this is what the so-called merit points consist of. By killing your opponent, you can plunder their token's elementary spirit source and take it into your own. This is what merit points are." As people were speaking, at this time the entire Emperor's city began to tremble. The great earth seemed to be split apart by a titanic divine sword. From the area where the land had split open, purple divine fire gushed out, burning up the skies. A giant space gate slowly appeared above the sundered earth. It was like a purple sun had appeared in the world. "The Akashic Dream battlefield has opened. Let's enter." Throughout all of Emperor City, countless disciples launched their movement techniques and flew towards the space gate. This space gate was several hundred miles wide. The martial artists present all appeared like tiny specks in front of this massive space gate. From afar, it was like infinite locusts migrating towards the space gate. Lin Ming also joined in. And at this time, the Vice Palace Master lit a rune. With it, all disciples of Zenith Palace were covered in a halo of light. Covered in this halo of light, Lin Ming passed through the purple space gate. Chapter 1803, Bait. Who? Endless beams of light passed over Lin Ming's sight. After an unknown period of time, his environment brightened. He had arrived in some unknown world. Emperor's city had vanished. All around them was bleak and desolate earth. The land was marred with gaping scars as if a terrifying war had occurred here. Mountains and rivers had been sundered in half or leveled off, and massive craters marked the land. There were even dreadfully deep abysses, as if some mighty supernatural being broke open the earth with their weapon. And in the skies, there were numerous listless planets. These planets lacked even a little bit of life and resembled barren stones. This was the Akashic Dream battlefield. The Akashic Dream battlefield was but a minuscule portion of the Akashic Dream universe. After entering this land, one needed to stay for a full 3 years. During these 3 years, no one would be able to probe what was happening within the Akashic Dream battlefield. Only when all the martial artists completed their journey into the Akashic Dream battlefield 3 years from now would the results be known. The disciples of Zenith Palace were all gathered here. As for the disciples of other influences, they had vanished, they had been transmitted to other locations. This sort of situation clearly occurred because the Vice Palace Master had crumbled a talisman before he entered the Akashic Dream battlefield. Lin Ming had glanced over this talisman. It was an inscription symbol, and its use was likely to make the disciples of Zenith Palace be transported to a location far away from the others. The Spiritas were a race skilled in inscription symbols. Many Spiritas martial artists even carried inscription symbols on them in battles. "Everyone, listen to my orders. We are a whole, do not separate from the group, otherwise you will be eaten up without any bones remaining. This is a war of sect against sect, the strength that an individual can display is limited. Obey all orders. For those that can obtain merit points, my Zenith Palace will never be stingy with rewards." As the Vice Palace Master spoke, everyone began to set off in droves. The Akashic Dream battlefield had special rules. Here, Lin Ming could already feel his cultivation being suppressed by the laws. His inner world was imprisoned, and the true essence he could erupt with was greatly limited. Even the 9 stars of the Dao Palace had been restricted. Although he could still open 3 Dao Palaces, he could only gather a 20th of the previous power of stars he was able to. My cultivation has been suppressed to the early Divine Lord realm. Lin Ming thought to himself. Looking around, he could see that everyone was in a similar situation. Only some low-level disciples were an exception. For them, not only did they not weaken, but they felt a strange power that wasn't theirs pour into their body, causing their strength to rise. This was a never-before-felt feeling. These conditions are even more advantageous to me. As Lin Ming thought this, he slowly moved away from the crowd. Slowly, he submerged into the darkness, his figure disappearing from the crowd without a trace. No one present had been able to discover this. It was only when the disciples of Zenith Palace reached their destination did someone ask, Lin Mook? Jade River was startled. Lin Ming had disappeared. Lin Ming was a member of her squad. When they first entered the Akashic Dream battlefield just now, she had also seen Lin Ming, but he had disappeared from sight not long after. Jade River's words caused the elders of Zenith Palace to immediately release their divine senses to search for him. After they swept their senses through the crowd, their complexions turned ugly. Zenith Palace had a large troop of over 9,000 people. If they all moved together, it was really too difficult to detect if a single person disappeared. A foreign human indeed isn't reliable, a Zenith Palace elder indignantly said. He took up one of our spots just to run away as soon as he came to the Akashic Dream battlefield. Could he have betrayed us? Several elders glanced at each other, their complexions ugly. Although Lin Ming was a human, they all had to admit that his strength was excellent. He would have been a great boon to Zenith Palace in the Akashic Dream battlefield and would have helped them obtain many merit points, but before any fighting had started he had already disappeared. I apologize. Jade River was at a loss for words. She was the one who had introduced Lin Ming to Zenith Palace, and when he had asked to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield later, she had also supported him with her manner. But now that such a situation had occurred, she clearly wasn't able to lift her head. Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say that he betrayed us. The token he used to enter the Akashic Dream battlefield is provided by our Zenith Palace, so his merit points will also contribute to the total merit point score. Even so, we should be a little more careful. He might have been bribed by some other influence to disclose information about us. As the Vice Palace Master said this, the other elders present appeared depressed. Let's go somewhere else then. If that human reveals our position and we are ambushed here, then the situation will be bad for us. Someone proposed. All right, it seems that's all we can do. At this time, 1,000 miles away from where the Zenith Palace group was, Lin Ming was flying over a vast wilderness. He released his sense, investigating the surrounding area. According to the Vice Palace Master's explanation, Lin Ming was considering how many merit points he needed to obtain. His skeletal age had yet to reach 130 years. In order to exchange for the golden page, one needed 1 billion merit points. According to the rules of the Akashic Dream battlefield, at the very end of the 3 years when merit points were being calculated, the total would be divided by the martial artist's skeletal age. In other words, Lin Ming needed to obtain almost 130 billion merit points in order to exchange for that golden page. 130 billion. Lin Ming didn't know what sort of concept that number was, but what he was sure of was that this was a truly terrifying number. He would need to endlessly slaughter in order to reach it. Moreover, listening to the Vice Palace Master's words, this Akashic Dream battlefield was not as simple as killing others to obtain merit points. There were also other lucky chances to be found. Whether it was for the golden page or other lucky chances, Lin Ming was doomed to not be able to follow the mass army of Zenith Palace. They would simply be stones that weighed him down, making his every movement inconvenient. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he had already flown for an hour. This Akashic Dream battlefield consisted of an incredibly broad area. Even though he had been flying for such a long time, all he could see was endless wilderness. And at this time, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred and he slowed down. He could see that there was a swamp not too far away, and in this swamp there was some strange flower blooming. This flower had no roots, branches, or leaves, but instead had a lush flower the size of a basin. It appeared exceptionally bright. Lin Ming could sense a light divine soul fluctuation originating from it, as if this flower had a soul. And these divine soul fluctuations were subtly influencing Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Lin Ming didn't doubt that this was a medicinal herb that would be greatly beneficial in nourishing one's divine soul. Is this a medicinal herb bred within the Akashic Dream battlefield? This medicinal herb in front of him wasn't too precious, he believed this was only the beginning. He began to slowly approach. But at this time, he suddenly came to an abrupt stop. After sweeping his sense over the swamp, Lin Ming revealed a sneer. He carelessly walked towards the red flower and reached out to pick it. But just as his fingers were about to touch the flower, from 100 feet in front of Lin Ming, the muddy ground suddenly burst apart. With a loud roar that shook the earth, a giant black lizard that was hundreds of feet long suddenly leapt out from the swamp. This black lizard had blood-red eyes and its body was covered with scintillating black scales. Its jaws opened wide enough to swallow a house, and then a tongue as thick as an adult man shot out like a spear, hurtling towards Lin Ming. It wanted to capture Lin Ming and swallow him whole. "I've been waiting for you." Lin Ming was already prepared. Without even a change in expression, he waved his hand and a red spear appeared in his grasp. This was the Phoenix Blood Spear. Whoosh! The Phoenix Blood Spear shot through the skies, carrying with it a howling power of thunder and fire that pierced into the black lizard's mouth with unstoppable momentum. Puff! Blood shot out. The black lizard was pierced through by the Phoenix Blood Spear, followed right after with a shower of blood. Rah! The black lizard roared in pain and anger. After being pierced by Lin Ming's spear, it shot towards him, wanting to use its massive body to roll over him. Lin Ming simply flicked his finger and the Phoenix Blood Spear reversed as it came hurting back and pierced through the black lizard's back as easily as tofu. At this time, the power of thunder and fire contained within the Phoenix Blood Spear also detonated, and with a loud explosion, the black lizard's back was blown to pieces. The explosive shockwaves were accompanied with endless fragments of flesh and blood. The black lizard's spine and ribs were completely shattered and its massive body was blown in half. Facing this endless rain of blood and flesh, an invisible barrier shimmered around Lin Ming, protecting him from any contamination. After easily killing the black lizard, Lin Ming didn't even pause. He bent down and picked up that deep blood-red flower. After breathing in the rich soul fragrance of the flower, he quietly said, "Come out. I know that lizard was not some wild creature, but your contract beast." Lin Ming indifferently said, a light killing intent in his words. There were powerful nightmare beasts that inhabited the Akashic Dream battlefield, but this black lizard hadn't been one of them. Before landing here, Lin Ming had already felt a group waiting on the sidelines for an ambush. Some people had decided to use this spirit flower as bait to set up a trap to kill anyone who dared approach it. If one was too impatient to pluck the treasure, they were likely to fall for the trap. At that time, with the black lizard attacking from the front, there would also be other martial artists sneak attacking from behind. Unless one was far stronger than those ambushers, they would be sure to suffer a loss here. Unfortunately, Lin Ming had instantly killed the black lizard. This caused the other martial artists lying in ambush to not dare to attack. Lin Ming slowly turned, looking at a grassy area in the swamp. He coldly said, "It seems you want me to invite you out." As he spoke, he immediately attacked. He flicked his fingers and spear lights came shooting out. "No! Ah!" Miserable cries ran out. 8 martial artists came rolling down on the ground. Their bodies had bloody holes pierced through them by the spear lights. They all looked at Lin Ming, panic in their eyes. As soon as they entered the Akashic Dream battlefield, they had set up a trap here and had laid in wait. But they never imagined their first prey would be powerful to the point of instantly killing their contract beast. Chapter 1804, Reinforcements. The martial artists that rolled out from the tall patch of grass were all covered in blood. They wore similar sect clothing. It was obvious they came from the same influence. Their tactics were to take advantage of the unprepared and to fight with a numbers advantage in order to slowly gather merit points. Although this method wasn't the most efficient, it was far safer. However, in their first attempt they had really managed to kick an iron wall. This was just their own unluckiness. "Young hero, please show mercy and don't kill us." Seeing Lin Ming overflowing with killing intent, the martial artists were terrified. Although their lives wouldn't be in danger if they were killed in the Akashic Dream battlefield, the chance to enter this land wasn't easy to obtain. They didn't want to die just as the sect wars began. After being killed in the Akashic Dream battlefield, one's body would be stranded in a separate space and forced to live out the remaining 3-year period there. The taste of this punishment wasn't good at all. Lin Ming didn't say a word. The phoenix blood spear howled and flew back into his hand. Then, he indifferently looked at these martial artists and pointed his spear straight at the forehead of a yellow-clothed man. Lin Ming could feel that this yellow-clothed man was the strongest of the group. He should be the leader. Young hero, our Imperial Beast sect is a great world king influence that has a history spanning hundreds of millions of years. In the history of our sect, there have even been 2 Empyreans that have appeared. It's just that for the last few tens of millions of years we haven't been able to produce an Empyrean, and thus our influence has been downgraded. Even so, we still have a deep background. Young hero doesn't need to kill us. We have some precious inherited information from our sect if young hero would like to take a look at it. As the yellow-clothed man spoke, his arms trembled as he lifted a jade slip and passed it to Lin Ming. Lin Ming swept his mind over it. There wasn't any problem with this jade slip. Then, he probed it. After sifting through the jade slip, Lin Ming's interest was piqued. This jade slip recorded many regional materials within the Akashic Dream battlefield. There were even places listed where heavenly materials might appear as well as danger zones where nightmare beasts appeared more often. Although the records within the jade slip were rough, it was good for referencing. As Lin Ming was looking through the jade slip, his thoughts stirred. He realized that while he was probing the jade slip, the furthest disciple of the Imperial Beast sect had quietly reached out his hand and traced his spatial ring, taking out a talisman. As this talisman appeared, it immediately burnt up and completely vanished. You sent a sound transmission talisman to request reinforcements? Lin Ming immediately thought. His eyes flashed with a murderous light. But, he maintained his composure, only looking at the 8 martial artists in front of him. His eyes were as deep as the 9 nether abyss. Just looking into his gaze made one feel a shiver crawl up their spine. What do you want? The yellow-clothed martial artist asked with a fear-tinged voice. They had indeed sent a sound transmission talisman requesting assistance from the sect. Although he thought his actions were discreet, he still felt weak at heart. He was afraid that Lin Ming would discover what they did and kill them all. With them being severely wounded, it would only take Lin Ming a few breaths of time to kill them all. The disparity was too great. Lin Ming didn't respond. He fiddled with the jade slip in his hands, spreading out his sense to the surrounding 100 miles. His actions had the yellow-clothed martial artist exhaling in relief. This idiot hasn't discovered anything at all. Just you wait. You are already dead. The yellow-clothed martial artist clenched his jaws, but on the surface he maintained a timid and terrified expression. Time slowly passed. Soon, on the distant horizon, over 10 small spots appeared in the skies, illuminated from behind by the sun. These small shadows were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they became as large as a palm in everyone's sight. They were actually a group of flying dragons. Each flying dragon had a wingspan that spread out over 100 feet wide. Their claws were sharp and their teeth were gruesome. Each one resembled a vicious demon, terrifying to the extreme. And standing on the backs of these flying dragons were many martial artists. These martial artists were all wearing sect clothing similar to the clothing that the martial artists who Lin Ming wounded had. These were clearly reinforcements. Whoosh! 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 As the flying dragons landed, they kicked up a giant sandstorm. On the backs of these flying dragons were more than 30 martial artists. The leader amongst them was a middle-aged man as thin as a string. His eyes were cold and gloomy and his momentum was intimidating. He obviously had a high status in the Imperial Beast sect. Ha ha ha! Protector Sun, you finally made it. As the yellow-clothed martial artist with the gaping wound saw this middle-aged man, he began to recklessly laugh as if he had seen his savior. Not even the wounds marring his body were able to tamp down on his happiness. Protector Sun really came just on time. The other martial artists struggled to stand up. This included the martial artist that Lin Ming had seen spying on him and who had used the sound-transmitting talisman to send a message. The Imperial Beast sect had come extremely fast. It seemed that they weren't located too far away. It's this little animal. He killed my black lizard and severely wounded us all, even stealing my material jade slip. The yellow-clothed man glared at Lin Ming, his expression full of spite and hate. That's right, this is him. Protector Sun, don't let him die easily. Make sure he suffers before that. You were so arrogant just then, but now we'll plant poisonous bugs in your body so you can experience what a pain worse than death is. As the reinforcements arrived, the originally heavily wounded martial artists all cried out with joy, their faces beaming with a fiendish delight. This is him? A human youth did this to you all? What a useless bunch. Protector Sun looked at Lin Ming, disdain written all over his face. Protector Sun, be careful, this person is extremely fierce. As the yellow-clothed martial artist saw Lin Ming remain as poised as before, without any panic on his face, he suddenly felt a bit weak at the knees. 12 breaths of time, Lin Ming suddenly said, from the time that you notified the reinforcements to come here, you used a full 12 breaths of time. That was quite fast of them. These reinforcements must have laid down traps elsewhere to kill the martial artists of the Akashic Dream battlefield, right? As Lin Ming swept his eyes over the crowd, he grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear and pointed it at the ground, without any haste or dread in his tone. Hearing Lin Ming's words, Protector Sun looked at Lin Ming with incredulous eyes. He sneered, "You've already stepped on the road to death, and yet you're so arrogant about yourself. Since you attacked my Imperial Beast sect, that is already an unforgivable crime. Allow me to take your life." As Protector Sun spoke, he immediately attacked right afterwards. Although he felt contempt at Lin Ming's words, he still remained vigilant throughout. Thus, with this strike, he didn't hold back at all. Protector Sun drew out a heavy sword from his spatial ring. With a chop of the sword, a thin purple fog poured out. Lin Ming didn't need to look to sense that this sword contained a powerful inherent soul attack. He used his foot to lift up the Phoenix Blood Spear. With a sweep of his spear, the power of thunder and fire erupted, like a red and purple wave gushing out together. With a loud explosion, Protector Sun was sent flying backwards. He cried out to the heavens in alarm. Lin Ming's attack power had surpassed his comprehension. His protective spirit essence had been nothing but snow that rapidly shrank in the sunlight. His face turned paper white. He wanted to take out an inscription symbol from his spatial ring, but the turbulent waves of thunder and fire had completely burnt through his spirit essence and had broken into his body, causing his organs and meridians to be damaged. Pang! Another explosive sound rang through the air. Half of Protector Sun's body had been baked black. A pile of broken bones and chunks of meat went flying everywhere. Blood splashed all over the audience. Right now, Protector Sun's breathing weakened with every second. He wouldn't live for much longer. Protector Sun! The Imperial Beast sect disciples were startled. They weren't even able to react to this sudden change. How could this happen? In the eyes of the Imperial Beast sect disciples, Protector Sun was an incomparably powerful existence. Not only was he an outstanding individual, but his cultivation was profoundly deep. After entering the Akashic Dream battlefield, a martial artist's cultivation was suppressed. But their comprehension of laws didn't change, and they were something that ordinary martial artists couldn't deal with. Yet, Protector Sun had been instantly killed by someone. I was originally hoping you would all call some more people for me to earn some merit points, but in the end you only called 30 or so. How disappointing. Lin Ming's words were like the whispers of a demon. As the yellow-clothed martial artist heard them, he felt all his hairs standing on end. So this human had already realized they had sent a secret message, and the reason he intentionally waited here was to kill people and take their merit points? Everyone run! Scatter and run! The yellow-clothed martial artist screamed, as if he had just been awakened from a dream. But at this time, Lin Ming finally moved. His speed reached an incredible velocity. The long spear in his hands was like the sickle of a death god. With every movement of his spear, someone's head would fall down. These people were all inferior to Protector Sun, so just where would they find the strength to revolt against Lin Ming? Almost as soon as they met face to face, Protector Sun had suffered a most miserable death. In the blink of an eye, blood dyed the floor and many Imperial Beast Sect disciples flew away in all directions as they tried to escape. But these people were all pierced through by Lin Ming's spearlight. Puff! Puff! A flying corpse fell down from the skies. The scene was extremely terrifying. Demon! Just before dying, the yellow-clothed martial artist spoke out some final words as he choked on his blood. Lin Ming picked up his spear and directly pierced through the yellow-clothed martial artist's heart. In just 10 breaths of time, he had solved the battlefield problem. Lin Ming appreciatively held the jade slip in his hands. This jade slip that the yellow-clothed martial artist handed him could be called an unexpected harvest. Chapter 1805, Weeping Blood God Springs. After Lin Ming killed the disciples from the Imperial Beast Sect, he felt energy dissipate from their corpses and merge into the entry token he carried with him. These energies formed tiny motes of light within the entry token. As Lin Ming probed the entry token with his sense, information reflected back into his mind. He now had a total of 2,100 merit points. Only 2,100 merit points. Compared to the merit points required for a golden page, this isn't even a drop in the bucket. Lin Ming shook his head. These 2,100 merit points would be divided by his total age when the 3-year deadline came. In truth, he had only obtained a dozen some points. And to exchange for the golden page he needed 1 billion merit points. The difference was far too great. The stronger the opponents I kill, the more merit points I'll obtain. Lin Ming could feel that of the nearly 40 Imperial Beast Sect disciples he just killed, the one to give him the most merit points was that Protector Sun. Protector Sun had given him almost 1,000 merit points. As for that yellow-clothed youth, he had given several hundred merit points and the remaining people had only given several dozen merit points. The worst of all, these people had only given him single digits merit points. It was a completely negligible number. In other words, if Lin Ming wanted enough points to exchange for the golden page, then he would need to kill top powerhouses without end. This included the Great World Kings, half-step Empyreans, and even Empyrean powerhouses here. The higher the original cultivation of the person he killed, the more merit points he would receive. I wonder how many merit points I can get from killing an Empyrean. Lin Ming whispered to himself in anticipation. 2 Empyreans had entered the Akashic Dream battlefield, Chaos Demon God and Empyrean Myriad Ghost. If he could slay these 2 fellows, then they would surely give him a considerable number of merit points. I'm quite lucky. During my first time entering the Akashic Dream battlefield, there were also 2 Empyreans that joined in. I really might be able to collect the full 1 billion merit points required. However, this Akashic Dream battlefield is far too large. It won't be easy to find them. Lin Ming thought to himself. If Zenith Palace were to know of his thoughts, it was impossible to tell what their reactions would be. Zenith Palace would be doing everything in their power to avoid these Empyrean powerhouses, but Lin Ming actually wanted to search for them on his own initiative. The Akashic Dream battlefield is only open for 3 years. I can't just aimlessly wander around. If I continue at my current speed, I won't be able to gather 1 billion merit points before the Akashic Dream battlefield ends. I have to look for some place where many powerhouses gather so I can go wild and kill them all. For instance, some place where heavenly materials are born. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he put away the merit point token in his hands and took out the jade slip that the yellow-clothed youth had passed to him. As he swept his mind through the jade slip, information rapidly appeared in his mind. Soul Cave. Undying Ruins. Lin Ming soon selected these two places where heavenly materials would appear. He chose them because they were the two ruins that were easiest to find. In particular, the Soul Cave was in an almost fixed position. Lin Ming activated his movement technique and shot straight towards the Soul Cave. His speed wasn't too fast and he encountered several ambushes along the way. Those that tried to sneak attack him were all martial artists from small sections. They gathered in groups and had been lying hidden in ambush, wanting to secretly attack martial artists that passed by and take their merit points. Chi. As Lin Ming flew through a mountain valley, several swordlights shot out from the underbrush, forming a web of swordlights that covered him. Lin Ming had already noticed these people long before they noticed him. He flicked his fingers and sent spear lights shooting out. With a cacophony of miserable cries, all of those people who tried to ambush Lin Ming were instantly killed. In a mere moment, he had obtained another 1,000+ merit points. According to the rules of the Akashic Dream Battlefield, after Lin Ming killed a martial artist, he would obtain a fixed number of merit points based on their skills and cultivation, and also a portion of the merit points they had accumulated. Thus, as Lin Ming killed these people who had also slaughtered many others, he obtained more points than usual. Hey friend, your skills aren't too bad. After Lin Ming killed these ambushers, a voice called out to him. Lin Ming turned his head to see a purple-clothed girl flying towards him as she rode a rainbow one. Following close behind her were 7 martial artists in tight-fitting black combat clothes. These black-clothed martial artists stepped through space, their steps vague and their auras deep and powerful. Lin Ming was surprised. He suspected that before these 7 black-clothed martial artists had their cultivation suppressed, they had been at the World King realm. Although it wasn't easy to distinguish a person's cultivation realm because their cultivation was suppressed in the Akashic Dream Battlefield, it was possible to approximate their original cultivations from their auras. 7 World Kings. Lin Ming was startled. The truth was that he didn't place any World King powerhouses in his eyes. But, if this young girl could have a retinue of 7 World Kings following her around in the Akashic Dream Battlefield, this meant that she had a considerably high status. Perhaps not even a core disciple of an Empyrean Holy Land would have such a great lineup of guards. Could she come from a true divinity Holy Land? Lin Ming's heart turned cold. The 7 universes of the Spiritas was truly a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, with masters all around. It wouldn't be strange if a core disciple of a true divinity Holy Land were to appear at the Akashic Dream Battlefield. If she really is a disciple of a true divinity Holy Land, I might be able to find out something about Shang Mei from her. Lin Ming immediately developed the thought of befriending this young purple-clothed girl that had come from nowhere. However, he maintained a vigilant guard. My name is Lin Mook. I wonder who this miss is. Violet Cloud. The purple-clothed girl briefly responded. It was impossible to find out anything valuable from this information. Good brother, do you plan on going to the Soul Cave? The purple-clothed girl looked up and down at Lin Ming, sizing him up. She clearly recognized that Lin Ming was a human. For a human to achieve this level of strength was bewildering. Moreover, she wasn't able to distinguish what Lin Ming's cultivation had been before it was suppressed. This left her even more puzzled. Yes. Lin Ming didn't hide anything. This was the road leading to the Soul Cave and he wasn't too far away right now. How about we go together? Not only are there many masters in the Soul Cave, but there is also a tremendous number of nightmare beasts. If we cooperate, our combat strength will be much higher. Lin Ming originally wanted to get to know this purple-clothed girl and dig out some information about Shang Mei from her. He readily agreed, sure. With Lin Ming joining them, the group expanded to 9 people. Princess, why are you having an outsider join us? And he isn't a Spiritas, nor do we know what his character is like. In this trip to the Soul Cave he might not be able to play any role and yet we will have to split a portion of our treasures to him. a black-clothed martial artist asked from behind Violet Cloud. With another person, that means we are that much stronger. We will have to face many opponents this time, and this human is quite strong if he was able to instantly kill those martial artists. With your cultivation suppressed, you can't do that, right? He will be greatly helpful to our group. As for treasures, those are things that aren't even in our hands. If we can't obtain any harvests, then there will be nothing to divide anyways. It's too early to be worrying about something as trivial as dividing treasures. As the purple-clothed girl spoke, the black-robed world king could only silently nod. In all fairness, this human was indeed strong. After these 7 world kings had their cultivation suppressed, they had to admit that none of them were Lin Ming's match. This is a human genius. I wonder what influence he comes from. What a strange sight. The wilderness was vast and endless. An infinite swamp stretched to the horizon with tall patches of grass littering the landscape. The occasional roar of nightmare beasts resounded through the skies, making one's heart race. In front of us is the Soul Cave. This is an extremely strange spirit land. In the past, a divine object once appeared within it, the Weeping Blood God Springs. The information of the purple-clothed girl was clearly far more detailed than that of the Imperial Beast sect. Lin Ming perked up. Weeping Blood God Springs? He had seen this name on the Emperor God wall before. It was said to an incomparably precious divine substance that could be used to refine true divinity-level pills. It was something that could even tempt true divinities. What is the Weeping Blood God Springs? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask. Something that could stir the desires of a true divinity was no trifling matter. The purple-clothed girl responded, the Soul Cave can breed Spirit Source. In ancient times, because this spirit source was far too dense, it finally gathered together and formed liquid, in other words, a soul springs. As for the Weeping Blood God Springs, it is rumored that in ancient times a peerless God King mixed in his own blood within the soul springs, transforming it into what it is now. But, the Weeping Blood God Springs developed a wisdom of its own and escaped into the earth, completely vanishing from sight. After that, no one was able to find it. The purple-clothed girl shook her head. Lin Ming was startled upon hearing this story. Liquid formed from spirit source? Then, just how rich and pure was this spirit source? In the past, when Lin Ming entered the Azura Road's final trial, he had experienced spirit source himself. This was an extremely important source strength for all soul-forging martial artists. Lin Ming didn't doubt that Empyrean Divine Dream's spirit source was also obtained within the soul world. As for the ancient peerless God King that the purple-clothed girl spoke of, could it have been the one who created the Akashic Dream universe, the mysterious first ancestor of the Spiritas? Chapter 1806, The Soul Cave. Although the Soul Cave was called a cave, the truth was that it was a massive canyon. It was situated between 2 mountains that were hundreds of thousands of feet high and filled with a faint purple fog all year round. It was an extremely mystical place. At this time, outside of the Soul Cave, a massive number of martial artists had gathered. These people came from influences all over the soul world. Lin Ming glanced over them and didn't see anyone from Zenith Palace. This was just because Zenith Palace was far too weak and didn't have the qualifications to enter the Soul Cave. To try and venture into the Soul Cave with their level of strength was no different from seeking death. Violet's Sun Divine Kingdom, hee. I knew that the Violet Cloud Princess wouldn't miss such a momentous event. In the crowd of people, a strange-looking creature spoke up. This life form was twice the height of the average person and had golden-purple scales covering his body. There was also a pair of curved horns jutting out from his head. Lin Ming was startled. Just what sort of race was this? From looks alone, this being seemed to be from the monster race, but Lin Ming could feel that this golden-purple being was from a race different from the Divine Realm's monster race. Rather than monster essence, this creature emitted a dense soul energy. This person is? Lin Ming asked with a sound transmission. He comes from the spirit race and he is the spirit race's purple chestnut king. Violet Cloud briefly explained. Spirit race? Lin Ming repeated. This was the first time he had heard of such a race. They are descendants of an ancient race. You've never heard of them before? The Violet Cloud Princess looked at Lin Ming with puzzled eyes, not caring about it too much. Every universe of the 33 heavens was occupied by different mixes of races. Besides humans, saints, and spiritas, there were also many other minor races that often only occupied a part of a universe. It wasn't strange if one didn't know about one race or another. The current spirit race was one such example. Even though the spirit race didn't have many members remaining, they were still a very powerful race that had produced many peak Empyreans in the last billion years. Even now they were being supported by a peak Empyrean. A peak Empyrean was in existence just beneath the true divinity. No one in any universe could underestimate them. The purple chestnut king glanced at Lin Ming once and then ignored him. Instead, he called out to his many followers. These followers consisted of powerhouses from other races, but right now they all obeyed the orders of the purple chestnut king. The members of the spirit race had a talent that surpassed that of the humans, saints, and spiritas. It wasn't an exaggeration to say they were favored by the heavens, and this purple chestnut king was a particularly outstanding individual of his race. Behind the purple chestnut king were several powerful influences. Amongst them was a handsome and heroic spiritas youth who led over 1,000 disciples here. These disciples all had a beyond average level of skill, and when combined together was able to form a terrifying strength. They all noticed the arrival of the Violet Cloud Princess. We've just enough people. Open the array. The robed spiritas elite spoke up. Everyone began preparing themselves. The purple fog around the entrance of the Soul Cave was itself a variation of a force field. In order to break this force field, one needed a formidable strength. Right now, everyone present, whether they were a great world king or a young elite, all had their cultivations suppressed to the Divine Lord realm. It was impossible to break through the force field with the strength of a single person. Everyone had to join forces. For a time, the many elites present attacked with their followers. Brilliant beams of light cut through the skies and impacted against the purple fog at the entrance of the Soul Cave. Chi chi chi. The purple fog began melting away. A moment later, a giant hole was torn in it. Let's go. Many elites began rushing in, their followers right behind them. This Soul Cave was extremely broad and could easily fit several thousands of people walking in side by side. Roar! As soon as people began entering the Soul Cave, ghostly green eyes began appearing in the darkness. These were the shimmering eyes of the wild beasts that lived here. It's soul beasts. Some martial artists said. Soul beasts were also called nightmare beasts, and were the energy life form monsters that existed in the Akashic Dream universe. These monsters were divided into the weak and the strong. Those that were stronger even had the strength of a world king. For these martial artists who had their cultivation suppressed to the Divine Lord level, it was impossible to face these creatures. The howls of wolves filled the air and Lin Ming got a good sight of these monsters. The leader was a gray wolf the size of a giant cow. These were called dream-devouring wolves. Without the need for orders, many of the martial artists directly lashed out. For a time, countless brilliant lights filled the air. Lin Ming was also one of those attacking. He thrust out spear lights with his fingers, piercing through the heads of several gray wolves and instantly killing them. And as he killed these dream-devouring wolves, Lin Ming noticed that the number of merit points in his token was gradually increasing. Killing these soul beasts also gave merit points. Without a doubt, the stronger a soul beast was, the more merit points they would give. The groups of people continued forwards, leaving corpses in their wake. Some martial artists flushed red, the light in their eyes becoming increasingly bright. It was obvious they could also feel the number of merit points in their tokens increasing, and this clearly had an intense stimulating effect on them. All of a sudden, Lin Ming noticed a strange aura rushing towards him from up front. Looking up ahead, he could see that at the very front of the group, the Purple Chestnut King and the Robed Spiritas Elite had both paused where they were. In the increasingly narrow cave, a massive carved copper gate had appeared. This copper gate seemed to be wet, and exuded a mystical aura that seemed to exist all year round. Carved upon this copper gate were the heads of 2 fierce ghosts, each with demonic features and vile green fangs. Strange ghostly sounds passed out from the copper gate, as if 10,000 fierce ghosts were wildly screaming and crying from within. No one knew why, but they all felt their hearts speed up. Even Lin Ming noticed a strange atmosphere falling over everyone. He noticed that upon arriving here, everyone's eyes became far more focused and cautious. This is the Gate of Ghosts and Gods. It is an extremely bizarre place within the Soul Cave, and the inside is filled with perils. Violet Cloud's sound transmission suddenly popped up in Lin Ming's mind. "Thank you," Lin Ming replied. Out of everyone here, only Lin Ming had an almost non-existent understanding of the Soul Cave. The Gate of Ghosts and Gods has come. After entering, there is a danger that your soul will be torn apart and your main body's spiritual seed might even be injured. If you don't want to die, then hurry up and screw off," the Purple Chestnut King said from the front. An eerie light shot out from his pupils as he traced the contours of the thick copper gate. The death that waited within also meant that one would be removed from the Akashic Dream battlefield. Although this wasn't true death, many of the martial artists present were unwilling to see this happen. Moreover, the Purple Chestnut King even said that there was a chance that one's true spiritual seed would suffer damage upon death. Even so, no one left. Anyone that was able to arrive at this step could be called a hero of their generation. How could they leave so easily? The Purple Chestnut King gave his warning and didn't glance back to see anyone's reaction. Countless runes shimmered in his palm like a galaxy. Slowly, a 10-foot-high blue palm materialized in front of him, emitting a vast aura of laws. Lin Ming's eyebrow arched up and he gazed at the Purple Chestnut King's strong and tall back. With Lin Ming's current comprehension of many different laws, he could feel just how mighty the power of laws in front of him was. He made a rapid judgment in his heart. This Purple Chestnut King should have an amazing level of talent to begin with, and his comprehension of laws even surpassed that of an ordinary world king. The Purple Chestnut King raised the great blue palm. Then, like a meteor striking the earth, he repeatedly smashed it onto the ghost heads carved into the copper gate. Pa! 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 Strange sounds rang out. Like something cracked open in the copper gate, the gate began to slowly open. Bang! All of a sudden, a black fog so thick that it was substantialized began gushing out, followed by the roars of maddened and fierce ghosts. Within the black fog were the blurry phantoms of countless dead spirits. These dead spirit phantoms were all cruel and vicious. But among them there were spiritas, saints, humans, and even those from all sorts of different races. Kill! The crowd roared out together. Without any mercy, the groups of martial artists slaughtered their way forwards. These groups of dead spirit phantoms were clearly much stronger than the soul beasts. The heretical god tree swayed within Lin Ming. He reached into himself with his mind and drew out a wisp of heavenly tribulation fire into his palm. A flame lotus suddenly erupted around him, rumbling towards a dead spirit phantom. Beyond Lin Ming's expectations, the dead spirit phantom had thrust out a hand and summoned turbulent fluctuations of soul force. As this soul force collided with the flame lotus, there was a fierce explosion. These dead spirit phantoms are from those who've wandered in here. The dead martial artists here still have their spirit marks, be careful. Beside Lin Ming, the Violet Cloud Princess began to overflow with layers upon layers of mystical purple energy. As the dead spirit phantoms collided with this purple energy, all of them exploded. Lin Ming remained alert. A light layer of dragon scales covered his fist and his blood vitality surged within him. He punched out at an incoming dead spirit phantom, causing it to burst apart. As the dead spirit phantom exploded, the Violet Cloud Princess unconsciously glanced at Lin Ming's dragon scale-covered fist. Just entering the Gate of Ghosts and Gods, over 10 martial artists had perished. However, Lin Ming, the Violet Cloud Princess, and her 7 World King followers were all safe. These 9 people guarded each other, working in tandem to steadily enter deeper and deeper into the Soul Cave. As the fierce killing within the Soul Cave became increasingly savage and unbridled, the difference in strength amongst the various groups began to slowly reveal itself. The Purple Chestnut King, Heroic Spiritas Elite, and Lin Ming and the Violet Cloud Princess group of 9 pushed forwards at the forefront. Following 10,000 feet behind them were other groups of people. As they continued forwards, only then did Lin Ming discover that this Soul Cave was infinitely deep and profound. It wasn't as simple as a mere cave. In here, there were even underground rivers and underground volcanoes. All sorts of bizarre monsters appeared, challenging them at every step. Along the way, Lin Ming plucked a black and shiny monster spirit flower from a giant fallen skeleton. This was said to be a spirit medicine that could help a spiritas break into the Holy Lord realm. Lin Ming carefully put it away. Although he didn't have any use for it now, he could definitely trade it with a spiritas in the future for some medicine he could use. The Violet Cloud Princess and the others also found their own harvests. What is that? As they continued walking, Lin Ming suddenly saw the peak of an underground mountain in front of him. There seemed to be some great sun shining high in the air, emitting a dim light. This brilliance was shrouded with layers of dim haze and mist-covered clouds. Then, Lin Ming froze. He could faintly feel the strength of a mountain pressing down on him, pushing so hard that his spiritual sea shook and his breath caught in his throat. Chapter 1807, Spiritual Storm. What a powerful soul force! Lin Ming's heart raced. With his own eyes he could see a wild and reckless soul energy violently spinning around, forming a purple storm. Just by approaching this storm, he felt as if his spiritual sea would be shattered by the powerful soul force. Not too far away, the Violet Cloud Princess, Purple Chestnut King, and the others also stopped where they were, a solemn look on their faces. Their every movement and gesture appeared to be hindered, as if they were mired in some swamp. It was clear that their souls were being suppressed just as much if not more than Lin Ming's. This is... Although Lin Ming's soul force was suppressed, his divine sense remained as sharp and formidable as before. He could feel that at the peak of this mountain, there was a dense rain and dew that contained an intense aura of divinity, making every pore on his body open wide with longing. He wanted to step onto the peak of this mountain and obtain that rain and dew. However, just as he took a step forwards, the spiritual storm that enveloped his spiritual sea began to flare up again, becoming increasingly heavy. Lin Ming flushed red and his breathing turned heavy. We've reached Limitless God Mountain. This is a famous spiritual mountain located in the Akashic Dream battlefield. It is said that there was once an unrivaled powerhouse that stepped atop this mountain and left behind an unsurpassed inheritance. However, this mountain is strange. There is a powerful spiritual storm that wraps around it and it can even affect your true body's soul source. Once, there was a powerhouse who tried to forcefully make his way up Limitless God Mountain, but his soul source received a grievous wound and he turned into an idiot. If a human were to try and enter, it would be especially perilous. The Violet Cloud Princess glanced at Lin Ming. Although she acknowledged that Lin Ming was strong and his comprehension of laws was outstanding, as a human he simply couldn't compete with the soul force of a spiritas. In terms of resisting the pressure of this spiritual storm, a spiritas had an immeasurable advantage over a human. Thank you for the advice, Princess. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He sank his energy into his dantian and guarded his divine soul to withstand this massive pressure. At the same time, the Purple Chestnut King and the heroic young spiritas emitted a dim purple halo of light. They used the power of their spiritual seas to resist this spiritual storm. As they stepped forwards, excitement began to appear on their faces. It was clear just how eager they were for this soul rain. The Purple Chestnut King was from the spirit race, thus he had a natural superiority when it came to the soul. In this, he even surpassed the Spiritas. On this limitless God mountain, he had a nearly unsurpassable advantage. At this time, Lin Ming took a sudden step backwards. A black vortex rose up in his spiritual sea. Clang! Like a divine weapon leaving its sheath, Lin Ming erupted with a soul force and momentum that soared into the heavens. Like a spear that was able to penetrate through the world, he pierced a hole through the leaden pressure of this spiritual storm. Lin Ming calmly stepped forwards, 1 foot at a time. Seeing this, the Violet Cloud Princess could tell that some sort of change had occurred within Lin Ming. He was now even able to resist the inexhaustible spiritual storm that was being released from limitless God Mountain. Wah! 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 From within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, a blue spear rose up, roaring like a dragon that had awakened from a deep slumber. It howled forwards, carrying with it an overwhelming potential as it smashed into the spiritual storm spinning in the skies. This blue spear carried an incredible spiritual strength and exuded a matchless momentum. It was the large success blue soul battle spirit that Lin Ming had formed in the past. In the Akashic Dream battlefield, the laws had suppressed Lin Ming's cultivation to the Divine Lord realm, and even his mental strength and soul force had greatly diminished. Even so, his battle spirit remained just as strong. A battle spirit could attack soul force. It was an extremely strange and powerful tool. In the past, Lin Ming had used his battle spirit to cut down many powerful foes. His large success blue soul battle spirit also carried with it grand mist energy. Its quality far surpassed other battle spirits of the same level. Bang! The spiritual storm cracked open. The pressure on Lin Ming's spiritual sea also relaxed. With his blue soul battle spirit cutting a path through his spiritual sea, even though his suppressed soul force was weaker than that of the Violet Cloud Princess and the others, Lin Ming was actually not any slower than them. 1 step at a time, the closer he approached limitless God Mountain, the more intense the spiritual storm he faced was. At the same time, within his spiritual sea, his blue soul battle spirit was engaged in a fierce battle with the spiritual force field, slowly supporting Lin Ming's steps forward. In front of Lin Ming, the purple chestnut king already had beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. Even so, he maintained his brave and daring demeanor. The only difference was that a sharp light flashed in his eyes as he furiously struggled with the spiritual force field from limitless God Mountain. That human is also following? Suddenly, the purple chestnut king noticed that just 3 steps behind him, the white-clothed human youth was following him at a leisurely pace. In fact, there wasn't even a drop of sweat marring his face. Although the human was slow, the purple chestnut king hadn't been able to leave him behind. The purple chestnut king's expression froze as he frowned. How was this possible? A human also arrived at this point? Although the Violet Cloud Princess was a woman, she was still a proud child of heaven. The purple chestnut king recognized her qualifications to walk side by side with him. But now, a human also caught up with his pace. In surprise, a gloomy light shined in the purple chestnut king's eyes. He was an incredibly, insufferably arrogant person, and was considered a genius of the spirit race. Even so, he was being followed by a mere human, which he felt was simply impossible. A human's advantage lay in their ability to cultivate energy, but they were neophytes when it came to the soul, so why was he able to keep up? From beside Lin Ming, the heroic Spiritas youth also glanced at Lin Ming, an unfriendly light in his eyes. At this point, only a sparse few people were able to make it to this distance. The weaklings of the groups also tried to reach limitless God Mountain, but just as they stepped foot at the base of the mountain, they screamed out loud as they were crushed and swept away by the spiritual force field. There were also some who feared the spiritual pressure coming from limitless God Mountain and hesitated in moving forwards. They looked towards the advancing individuals with envy in their eyes, but they still didn't dare to take the risk of going forwards. Some people could see that at the front of the leading group, there was a human youth. How could there even be a human climbing up? That's really. The martial artist didn't know what to say. As Spiritas martial artists, they had lost to a human when it came to soul force. This was like a group of chess masters deciding to play against a checkers master, but the end result was that all those chess masters were defeated by the checkers master. This was an utter shame on their name. None of them had any face left. Don't worry, in the soul world there is no space for a human to enjoy glory. He will likely fail halfway, and even if he can reach the end, he will inevitably consume a great deal of energy. If this human obtains any lucky chances, we can kill him together and steal them away. Someone indignantly huffed. Finally, Lin Ming slowly stepped halfway up the mountain. The scene in front of him had changed. He had stepped into a hazy pall of light rain. This light rain was the dim fog he had seen from the base of the mountain. After being touched by this light sprinkle, Lin Ming felt the rain drill into his body, flooding into his spiritual sea and rapidly restoring his spent soul force. Moreover, it constantly nourished his soul and expanded his spiritual sea. What a rich and potent spiritual strength! This is rain formed from spirit source. Lin Ming immediately understood just what this light rain was. Only spirit source so rich that it had substantialized to rain could rapidly supplement his soul force like this. Even his battle spirit was vitalized by this spirit source. It grew larger, becoming increasingly fierce and powerful. Lin Ming didn't hurriedly rush to the top. Instead, he looked around at his surroundings. He discovered that this light drizzle of rain was formed from a murmuring stream on the side of the God Mountain that constantly splashed up. This stream was magnificent beyond compare. Although it splashed into the skies, it didn't emit any sound at all. Wherever the stream flowed, all the mountain stone around it was stained a crystalline jet black and emitted an extremely strong soul force. Those are peak quality soul crystals. Just a little of that is a priceless treasure. Lin Ming's pupils shrank as he saw the soul crystals. Before long, his eyes moved away from the soul crystals. He sat down where he was and began meditating. Like a whale sucking in water, he breathed in deeply, breathing in the wandering spirit source mist around him, allowing it to flood into his body where he absorbed it. As he did this, the Violet Cloud Princess, Purple Chestnut King, and the others had almost simultaneously chosen the same action. After all, no matter how it was said, this spirit source mist was the most important of treasures. It could nourish and cleanse one's soul force and even enhance one's cultivation. It was far more important than some external treasure. After an incense stick of time, Lin Ming slowly opened his eyes. He noticed that the soul force in his spiritual sea had nearly doubled. A great deal of spirit source mist that hadn't yet been fully refined hovered above his spiritual sea, forming something akin to a layer of defense. It cleared his senses, making him feel refreshed. When facing the spiritual force field released by Limitless God Mountain, Lin Ming felt much more assured. Humph! At this time, a cold cough sounded out from in front of Lin Ming. The tall Purple Chestnut King coldly jeered at Lin Ming, a disgusted light clear in his blood-red pupils. This Limitless God Mountain had been formed through the countless years, and a great deal of the spirit source mist had been absorbed by him, Lin Ming, the Violet Cloud Princess, and the Spirida's youth. If this human wasn't here, then the Purple Chestnut King would have clearly been able to absorb more spirit source mist. At the very least, he was unhappy that he had to divvy up a portion of this lucky chance to a human like Lin Ming. He didn't feel happy about this at all. However, he didn't say anything. He faintly felt that Lin Ming was not a peaceful or kind-hearted individual. There was no point in mindlessly fighting Lin Ming right now. He continued advancing forwards. I never imagined that as a human, you would have such attainments in the aspect of battle spirits. The Violet Cloud Princess words echoed in Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming had revealed all sorts of peculiarities the longer she traveled with him, leaving her marveling with surprise every time. She thought that perhaps this human had some great secrets on him. She really didn't know where he had come from. If there is another lucky chance, let's join together and fight for it. I'm not on good ground with that Purple Chestnut King. We can be considered enemies. The Violet Cloud Princess tried to pull Lin Ming over to her side. At this time, because of the spiritual storm, her followers weren't able to catch up to them. With an ally by her side, that meant her team would be that much stronger. Lin Ming nodded. Without saying much else, he quickly moved forwards. Chapter 1808 Kirin Fruit. The closer one neared to the peak, the more powerful the spiritual storm that was released by Limitless God Mountain. At the end, even Lin Ming felt some formidable strength pressing down in his spiritual sea and trying to force him down the mountain. Luckily, he had swallowed a tremendous amount of spirit source mist just a while ago and was able to support the continued use of soul force, allowing him to slowly climb upwards. Although everyone was trying their best to climb up, they were all within a close distance of each other. As Lin Ming almost reached the peak, he saw a brilliant light splash down at him as if a sun was rising just up ahead. As this light fell onto his body, it warmed him and nourished his spiritual sea. What light is this? Just by touching me it can nourish my soul force? Lin Ming was amazed. He followed the path of the light and saw a rumbling stream of water falling down from the top of the mountain. Beneath this great flow of water was a giant rock. In a crevice within the rock, a fist-sized medicinal herb grew. It was covered with dew and emitted a blinding light. Its entire body was crystal bright and dazzling. That brilliant sunlight had originated from this medicinal herb. Shwa shwa shwa. The eyes of the four people here, Lin Ming's included, completely fell atop that spirit fruit. They could see shadows wriggling atop the fruit, as if there was a small life being bred within. That is a Kirin? Lin Ming stared at the shadow in the fruit. Because the light was far too bright, he could see through the walls of the fruit and make out the fine scales and mysterious pattern of laws within. He could feel that there was a Kirin being bred within this fruit. Was this a hatching Kirin fruit? What kind of fruit is this? It's far too mysterious. It actually transformed and is ready to evolve into a living spirit body. The medicinal fragrance is terrifyingly rich. Lin Ming's heart began to shake. Soon, he understood what had happened. The faint traces of spirit source crashing down from the spirit stream had washed over this rock for endless days and nights, slowly accumulating atop it. Without a doubt, this fruit contained a massive amount of the purest spirit source strength. Moreover, it also possessed a uniquely divine substance. It was incomparably precious. One after another, more and more people withstood the spiritual storm blowing down from Limitless God Mountain and approached. As they saw the mystical fruit that was breeding a Kirin within, everyone's breath caught in their throats. A greedy light flashed in their eyes. A short old Spiritas man couldn't restrain himself. He raised his hands and rushed towards the Kirin fruit. But as his hands reached out, a pair of golden purple arms came drilling out from the center of the old man's chest. Afterwards, the old man cried out in pain and sorrow and his entire body was torn in half. Blood, muscles, and pieces of intestines were flung to the floor. The one who attacked the old man was the Purple Chestnut King. His purple-red hair danced recklessly in the air and a severe light shined in his pupils. Spirit race powerhouses almost 10 feet tall stood behind the Purple Chestnut King. As his hands dripped with blood, his aura became swift and fierce, arousing fear and alarm like a wandering death god. You think you are good enough for this treasure? It seems you don't know what it means to die. The Purple Chestnut King disdainfully said. The treasure belongs to whoever has the skill to obtain it. Purple Chestnut King, do you think you can obtain it alone? Those that were able to arrive here were no ordinary martial artists. After the Purple Chestnut King's ruthless and cruel actions, although everyone remained vigilant, they didn't feel any fear at all. Some considerably strong people almost simultaneously broke through the layers of pressure coming down from Limitless God Mountain and hurtled towards the Kirin fruit. In a moment, everyone further approached Limitless God Mountain. At this time, the spiritual storm spread out, becoming far fiercer. In this stormy sea, everyone was beaten up and whipped by the wild winds and the world seemed to shake. Someone cried out in misery as their head exploded. They weren't able to withstand the violent spiritual storm and died on the spot. However, those heroes with true foundations were not blocked by limitless God Mountain's spiritual storm. It seems you all want to die. Seeing so many rush forwards at once, a callous light flashed in the purple chestnut king's eyes. He had already seen just how precious this Kirin fruit was. It was absolutely a treasure that would even cause Empyreans to relentlessly battle for it. He wanted to possess this treasure alone and considered anyone who wanted to take it his enemy. On his back, a strange soul force shimmered as millions of runes appeared. These runes grew up and gathered, forming into a pair of light wings that were 10 feet long. Ping! 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 The light wings flapped. The tall and formidable purple chestnut king had whipped up a tornado. At the same time, he sped towards those 6 or 7 people that were rushing forwards and punched out at all of them. Brilliant purple light shot into the world. Soul force surged and a series of explosions rang out. Some nearby spirit trees and plants were dislodged in the fierce impact, as if they had been cut down by a sickle. This scene caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. After all, these spirit trees and flowers hadn't even broken at the top of Limitless God Mountain, but in that brief exchange just now they had been torn down by that horrifying strength. Some people were panic-stricken. The purple chestnut king was actually stopping all those who dared to rush forwards and was eliminating them all. In a one-on-one battle, perhaps no one was his match. Violet Cloud had also been blocked by the purple chestnut king's punch just now. Her thin eyebrows pressed together as she felt somewhat insulted. After many years of not seeing him, the purple chestnut king's strength had risen even further. She sent Lin Ming a sound transmission. "Brother Lin, let's attack together." The purple chestnut king is from the spirit race and is a favored pet of the heavens. It is said that he is at the half-step world king realm, and even then he is able to jump ranks to defeat a great world king. In the future he is someone that might become a peak Empyrean. If we join forces we can suppress him together, and after that we can divide the spoils equally. Violet Cloud put forth her conditions. However, Lin Ming shook his head. No need. His figure flashed like gods and ghosts. He fluttered over alone to that Kirin fruit. He had been closely observing the Kirin fruit all this time and didn't rush into action, so the purple chestnut king hadn't noticed him. Seeing Lin Ming's movements, the Violet Cloud princess was dumbfounded. She didn't think that Lin Ming would refuse her reasonable terms and run towards the Kirin fruit alone. Did he think he was stronger than the purple chestnut king? Seeing Lin Ming leisurely move forwards, the purple chestnut king fiendishly grinned. Killing intent erupted from his body. He had long been wanting to kill this human brat. From his body, monstrous ripples of gold spread out, covering the area for hundreds of feet around him. The golden light began to sweep towards Lin Ming like the waves of the ocean. Every golden ripple contained a terrifying number of shimmering runes. Feeling the terrifying golden ripples rush towards him, Lin Ming didn't show any expression at all. He was able to immediately see that this was the purple chestnut king's unique force field. If a weaker martial artist were to enter this force field, then they wouldn't be able to die even if they wanted to. Even then, he wouldn't be able to display his true combat strength either. Lin Ming's thoughts focused. From his inner world, a loud rumbling sound spread out. In a vast sea of true essence, 3 vast and boundless palaces floated up, slowly appearing as they were lifted by 3 massive stars. Each palace shined with dazzling starlight. As this endless mystic strength was released, mystical lines of the Tao appeared, seeming to resemble a mysterious and unreachable goal. As these 3 palaces floated in Lin Ming's inner world, they completely suppressed the force field that the purple chestnut king had released. These 3 palaces were the 3 Tao palaces Lin Ming had opened. Every Tao palace possessed the mark of the great Tao. Although they couldn't be thrown out towards enemies, they were still more than enough to resist the impact left by the force field in his inner world. Lin Ming felt the pressure on him lighten up. The Phoenix Blood Spear shot forwards like a dragon swimming through the ocean, running out from his spatial ring and roaring in the air, causing the surrounding soul force to wildly shiver. Lin Ming's mind stirred. Endless strength erupted from his body, and man and spear became one. The energy within his hand was like thousands of suns imploding together. Waves of spear strikes gathered together, forming a radiant column of light that was unstoppable. In an instant, Lin Ming pierced out with his spear tens of thousands of times. Each spear strike contained a near-endless mystic strength, completely crushing the golden ripples to nothing. The endless golden ripples twisted with the sea of spear light and were then completely submerged. What? The Purple Chestnut King cried out. By the time he discovered something was wrong, it was already too late for him. Infinite howling spear phantoms appeared in front of him, as if they were passing down a summons from the true god of death. From the back, the Purple Chestnut King felt his scalp tingle with fear. He exploded with a roar and spat out a mouthful of essence energy and blood vitality. The drops of blood condensed in the void, forming a thick wall of blood. He cried out pitifully and was forcibly cast back over 100 feet. Atop his massive body, endless spear lights had produced bloody holes. Even so, the Purple Chestnut King hadn't died and was only severely wounded. Lin Ming's spear had heavily wounded the Purple Chestnut King, but it wasn't able to kill him. This left Lin Ming surprised. Although he didn't put his full strength behind his attack, it was still far more than enough. For this Purple Chestnut King to not die left him surprised. It seemed that the spirit race was far more formidable than he first thought. Lin Ming was only surprised. As for the others still on Limitless God Mountain, all of them were shocked, speechless. This is... The Violet Cloud Princess' eyes widened. She never imagined such a scene would occur. She originally had a deep grudge against the Purple Chestnut King and was well aware of what his limits were. She believed that if she and the Purple Chestnut King had the same level of cultivation, she wouldn't be his opponent. This was because this Purple Chestnut King was a descendant of an ancient race that existed 10 billion years and also came with a top bloodline. If there was a race that could exist for 10 billion years and only decline now, then that meant this clan wasn't as simple as he first thought. Right now, the fact that they had existed for this long was a testament to their strength. As for the Purple Chestnut King, he was one of the most outstanding individuals amongst the juniors of the spirit race. Yet such a person had been defeated by Lin Ming's spear and his entire body marred with blood holes. This difference was too great. Moreover, the Violet Cloud Princess suspected that Lin Ming wasn't using his full strength. Goodness, what a strong fellow. The Violet Cloud Princess' normally calm expression was replaced with one of shock and disbelief. At this time, Lin Ming no longer spared the Purple Chestnut King a glance. Without slowing down, he plunged towards the Kirin fruit. He had to obtain this fruit at all costs. Chapter 1809, Cutting Down the Soul Beasts. Stop him. The heroic Spiritas youth cried out loud as he saw Lin Ming soon about to grab the Kirin fruit. It was true that Lin Ming was strong, but at this time, in the face of a heavenly material that could be refined into a true divinity-level pill, everyone was willing to recklessly risk their lives. After all, even dying to Lin Ming wouldn't matter, because there were no true deaths in this Akashic Dream battlefield. As the other martial artists saw this, greed shined in their eyes and they threw themselves at Lin Ming. But Lin Ming was far too fast, he had already cast himself away from everyone else. The moment that Lin Ming was about to reach the Kirin fruit, it howled out loud. The phantom within the Kirin fruit began to rapidly wriggle about. This shocked many of the martial artists present. This Kirin fruit had a mind of its own and could even move. Lin Ming's mind turned cold. He could sense intense life fluctuations coming from the space in front of him. 1,000 alarms went off in his mind. His body suddenly changed direction at an unbelievable angle as he hurtled past the space in front of him like a meteor. His body movements forcefully created an air passage as he transferred 30 feet to the side. Roar! In front of Lin Ming, the void split apart and a massive claw came reaching out, emitting strange black fluctuations. As the ripples from this claw touched the lower hems of Lin Ming's robes, his robes instantly turned to ash. "What is that?" Lin Ming breathlessly whispered as he felt a terrifying death aura wash over him. All he saw was a giant hazy and bony bird appear in the dim space in front of him. This bird forced Lin Ming backwards. Then, its body began to fade away as it hid in distorted rays of light, vanishing from sight. What an intense death aura. This soul beast is too strange, it actually has remarkable talent in hiding itself, Lin Ming murmured, surprised. At this time, several martial artists greedily rushed forwards, even running past Lin Ming. But as they saw the giant bird, they didn't even have time to be dazed. Before they even approached the Kirin fruit, the leading martial artist was struck by a pitch-black wing that zoomed out from the void. Black flames burned his body, instantly reducing him to ash. At the same time, a tall and burly martial artist was nearly about to be cut in half by a black wing. Shocked, he instantly released jade-white soul force around his body that condensed into a rope-like chain. Pa! This soul chain wrapped around the bird's wings. Caught off guard, the soul beast's movements were bound. The burly martial artist wanted to use this chance to retreat and save his own life, but the pupils of that soul beast suddenly burst out with a blinding black light. This light smashed into the head of that burly martial artist, burning it away. This is my chance. After living through countless great battles, Lin Ming had a supernatural ability to grasp the flow of battle. This moment was just when the strange soul beast had yet to recover from using its last move. Lin Ming's spear shot forth like a beam of lightning. The large success blue soul battle spirit howled through the air, turning into a shining beam of light that thrust through the chest of that soul beast and shot out from its back. The soul beast cried out in pain before exploding into pieces. This is so many merit points. Lin Ming discovered that his merit points token suddenly became boiling hot. In just a moment, his merit points had risen by several million. This was multiple times the total merit points that Lin Ming had earned after slaughtering his way through the Akashic Dream battlefield for these last days. It was obvious from this that the soul beast he just slayed was an extremely formidable lifeform within the Akashic Dream battlefield. The Kirin fruit continued to emit a sunbright light. As it stared helplessly as the soul beast was struck down, its cries became even more panicked. Its loud screams became louder and more insistent. After killing that strange soul beast, Lin Ming didn't stop at all. He rushed towards the Kirin fruit. He knew that this Kirin fruit had a spiritual wisdom, but what he found strange was its actions. Just what was the Kirin fruit crying out for? However, there was no martial artist that would allow Lin Ming to freely snatch away the Kirin fruit. A thin martial artist sprung out from the ground, attacking Lin Ming. His soul force had condensed into a black whip and scales covered his body, making him exude a faint aura of soul beasts. This was the combination of a soul beast's soul and soul force runes, an extremely bizarre technique. A black whip cut through the air, flowing as if it were made from black liquid metal. As it slashed through the air, it cut open the void, ruthlessly forcing Lin Ming to retreat. However, Lin Ming refused to step back. By stiffly relying on his arm, he punched at the dark metal whip, causing the sound of ringing metal to fill the air. Ding! Flames splashed out in all directions. As everyone saw this, they were shocked. What an incredibly strong mortal body! Lin Ming borrowed the force behind that whip's strike to hasten his speed. At the same time, he shot out spear lights with his hands, causing the heads of those trying to sneak attack him to explode. This sort of strength was formidable to the point of being terrifying. Whoever got in his way died without exception. For a time, no one dared to attack him. Although the treasure lay before them, against this Lin Ming who was just a vicious beast masquerading in human form, it was impossible to seize the Kirin fruit. The only thing they would receive was their own deaths. How could a human be this strong? As Lin Ming was about to reach the Kirin fruit, he held his breath and raised his guard. Just as he was going to reach out, he he felt an inexplicably horrifying aura gush out from the direction of the Kirin fruit. What is that? Lin Ming's eyes suddenly focused on the rock that the Kirin fruit was growing out of. In this area, his divine sense was blinded by the endless spiritual storm that swirled around him. He could only rely on his eyes to make out his surroundings. At this time, he thought that the Kirin fruit was growing on a black rock. But now that he was only 30 feet away, he was able to clearly see what was in front of him. How was that a rock? It was clearly a bone. This bone was immense. It stretched out on both sides and was covered by layers of gray soil, thus one wasn't able to make out what it really was. At this time, the bone was emitting a dreadful pressure as if it were reacting to the Kirin fruit's cries. Lin Ming realized something was wrong. The giant bone released a dazzling light and a mist suddenly erupted from it, forming a giant water ape that was over 20 feet tall. As this water ape appeared, it roared in anger. Its fists were covered with hairs, each hair as sharp as a steel needle. It punched the air, causing the void to distort. Then, it smashed its fists at Lin Ming's chest. At this crucial moment, Lin Ming raised his spear to block the water ape soul beast's fists. His entire body shook as if he had been struck by a mountain. The massive impact force caused him to take several steps back. Just as he was about to obtain the treasure, this bewildering soul beast had actually blocked him. Lin Ming frowned. Shaking his spear, endless spear lights shot through space like a kaleidoscope, all of them striking the water ape. One soul beast and one human, both of them seemed to possess infinite strength, and they used soul technique after soul technique. The water ape shot out endless bucket-wide water arrows, causing massive holes to appear all throughout limitless God Mountain. Lin Ming's aura was also extraordinary. His spear weaved about like a dragon and tiny true dragon scales began appearing on his body. Then, an azure dragon drilled out from his body, clawing at the air as it fought by his side. Some martial artists tried to rush into the battlefield of Lin Ming and the water ape but were sliced up by the sharp winds swirling about. Even the stronger Purple Chestnut King and heroic Spiritas Youth were concerned with their own thoughts and didn't participate in the battle. As they looked upon the battlefield, their complexions were extremely ugly. Lin Ming was just far too strong. Even if they tried to take advantage of these two tigers duking it out, there was still nothing they could do against him. At this time, the diamond-hard stone beneath Lin Ming's feet abruptly had a 10-foot deep hole blasted into it. He didn't need to look back to know that the heavily wounded Purple Chestnut King and the heroic Spiritas Youth were both eyeing him with greed in their eyes. However, he simply didn't care about them at all. He had to obtain this Kirin fruit at all costs. With his formidable foundation of strength, even if someone tried to profit from his battle, he still wouldn't fear them. I have to quickly finish this battle and make sure none of them have a chance to do anything. With this thought in mind, Lin Ming's eyes flashed. At that moment, the water ape punched out again, causing a monstrous wave of soul force to sweep towards Lin Ming. Unexpectedly, Lin Ming didn't try to avoid this attack at all. Rather, a faint black light shined atop his blue soul battle spirit. This black light rapidly expanded. Whirl, whirl, whirl. It eventually erupted into a giant black vortex. His figure flashing, Lin Ming grabbed onto the fists of the water ape. A torrential fist strength rushed through Lin Ming's body, all of it withstood by him. After breaking into the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, his mortal body surpassed some royal saint bloodlines in terms of durability and intensity. Even so, blood still trickled down from his eyes, nose, and ears. At the same time, a blue spear-shaped battle spirit dove forwards like a dragon, smashing into the water ape's body along with the black vortex. This black vortex was a black hole. Aoo! The black hole exploded. Even the powerful water ape that was nourished by the power of Spirit Source all day and night began to break apart beneath the force of the black light. Chapter 1810 Decimation. Attack together. As the soul beast began to break apart, the Purple Chestnut King suddenly bellowed out. At his side, a lightning-bright glow flashed past him, it was the heroic Spiritas youth, shooting out bolts of black lightning from his hands. These bolts of lightning shined with star-like runes and emitted a terrifying aura. From all other directions, several more martial artists released their soul force, trying to attack Lin Ming and prevent him from taking the Kirin fruit. Unfortunately, they were too late. Lin Ming wanted to obtain the Kirin fruit at all costs, so how could he easily give up? He used the Grand Mist force field and his formidable strength to forcefully withstand all the attacks. Then, he grabbed the Kirin fruit, tearing it away no matter how much it tried to struggle. The moment Lin Ming did so, his complexion changed. He could feel that the instant he picked the fruit, it was like he had alarmed some ancient vicious beast. The giant bone that the Kirin fruit grew on began to violently shake, emitting the roar of an ancient vicious beast. Lin Ming shook. He could feel an ancient and boundless energy rush into his body, causing his meridians to break in many places and his organs to tear apart. Lin Ming couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Blood also began to leak out from all over his face. This strange power had caused him to suffer severe wounds and be greatly weakened. Just what was this? Lin Ming was startled. But he grit his teeth and put away the Kirin fruit. And this was Lin Ming. If anyone else had picked the Kirin fruit, then perhaps they might have died from the backlash of that horrifying strength. And even Lin Ming had been severely wounded. The shining radiance that pervaded the entirety of Limitless God Mountain began to rapidly dim down as soon as the Kirin fruit was plucked. The numerous martial artists watched as Lin Ming obtained the Kirin fruit, greed and fear mixing in their eyes. Lin Ming had already clearly demonstrated his strength to everyone just now, no one here was his opponent. Luckily, he suffered a backlash when he picked the fruit and was heavily wounded. Everyone, let's attack together and take back the fruit. We have so many people, how can we possibly be scared of an injured human? A martial artist loudly roared, sneakily hidden in the ranks of the crowd. Just as this person shouted out, Lin Ming's electric eyes focused on him. Sneaky like a rat, you deserve to die. Just as Lin Ming spoke, a bead of crystalline blood appeared from between that person's eyebrows, as eye-catching as a gem. A beam of spear light had shot out from Lin Ming's palm and pierced through that shouting person's head like a beam of invisible lightning. With a loud popping sound, the person's head exploded and his body toppled to the ground. For a time, many of the martial artists present fell silent with fear. The feeling of strength they felt from this youth before became even more profound. Pathetic low-born human, everyone, let's kill him together. At this time, the severely wounded Purple Chestnut King could no longer endure waiting. Strange ripples of energy began emitting from his body. He discovered that he wasn't Lin Ming's opponent in a 1 versus 1, however, he could drop all pretenses of honor and stir up all the martial artists present to attack him together. As long as they killed this human, then he would be able to make up for the fact that he had been grievously wounded by a human here. Lin Ming arched an eyebrow. He focused power into his toes and erupted with a dreadful velocity, even causing the mountain stone beneath him to shatter. The feeling he gave off was like a meteor racing through the skies. As he tore open the void, he rushed straight towards the Purple Chestnut King, engaging everyone there in a group melee. Bang! 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 Lin Ming was like a demon god. He broke into the group of Spiritas martial artists and began to freely massacre everyone near him. All sorts of soul forces shined and exploded. Magnificent lights shot up into the skies, impacting into the horizon. The entirety of Limitless God Mountain rang non-stop with the deafening sound of endless thunderclaps. The Violet Cloud Princess didn't join in on the battle. Her eyes glittered as they remained locked on Lin Ming. Humanity, since when have they produced such a talented character? His comprehension of laws is unbelievably profound, his mortal body is as intense as a god beast's, and even his soul force is amazing. This is just incredible. All she saw was the wounded Lin Ming fighting within the group of martial artists. Besides the Purple Chestnut King and the heroic Spiritus youth able to fight him on slightly more even terms, everyone else was being quickly cut down. Lin Ming thrust out spear after spear, causing the heads of martial artists to explode every few breaths of time. Moreover, his fighting methods were savage and brutal. With the intensity of his mortal body, he could completely ignore the attacks from some weaker martial artists. Lin Ming killed his way through the crowd. With every martial artist that died, he felt his token become increasingly hot as the number of merit points within shot up. The Purple Chestnut King stared helplessly on as one of his soul attacks struck Lin Ming from behind, only to leave behind a minor wound. Not only was his attack almost negligible, but Lin Ming instead thrust out his spear and blew apart the head of another martial artist. A sudden surge of fear rose up in the Purple Chestnut King's heart. This human was far too terrifying. He was clearly injured, and yet he remained so ferocious. If he were in his peak condition, what would that be like? The Purple Chestnut King grit his teeth and scales exploded on his body, releasing a burst of strange runes. This was an inscription symbol. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding space froze and began to emit an icy cold energy. Even the void began to freeze over. The Purple Chestnut King's scales exploded again and again as he released these strange inscription symbols 3 times. He suddenly thrust out a soul force technique that resembled a black spider web. All of those inscription symbols hung atop this spider web-shaped soul technique. Lin Ming originally had his back to the Purple Chestnut King. As he felt a strange power begin gathering behind him, he swiveled around. As he turned, he came face to face with a great blinding explosion. A stormy cold strength that seemed to freeze space, an incomparably powerful annihilating gravitational strength, an endless surge of the true meaning of thunder, all of these powers turned into a hail of arrows that shot towards Lin Ming with enough strength to crush a star. Inscription symbols? Lin Ming was startled. These inscription symbols possessed ancient and profound concepts, they weren't ordinary at all. Waves of heaven-shaking explosions sounded out. The spiritual storm that wrapped around the entirety of Limitless God Mountain was stirred up, becoming increasingly violent as it roared like waves in a storm. Lin Ming's figure was completely swallowed up by this wild energy storm. A massive plume of energy rose up as destructive thunder, fire, and frost mixed together. Some weaker martial artists were struck by the energy waves and were sent hurtling dozens of feet away. He's dead. This thought cut through everyone's minds. But before they could discern what really happened, there was a sudden change in the center of the energy storm. A towering tree appeared, rapidly growing into the heavens. This tree carried with it rippling waves of mystic strength, accompanied by tongues of destructive heavenly tribulation flames as well as howling thunder dragons. The branches of this great tree were like endless great whips. They tore through space, causing a massive storm to be swept up. A monstrous power of fire joined together with the thunder dragons as they tore open a gaping hole within the energy storm. This is... The Purple Chestnut King's voice shivered as he saw this. He had tossed out every single ancient inherited inscription symbol he had on him, and yet this human had survived. Suddenly, a beam of spear light shot out from the energy storm and smashed into the Purple Chestnut King. Then, with a rumbling explosion, the shadow of a person followed right behind. This was Lin Ming. Puff! The Purple Chestnut King vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying away. Lin Ming's strike had sent him soaring, but because he was heavily wounded, he wasn't able to kill the Purple Chestnut King. Lin Ming turned into a beam of light as he rushed towards the cave entrance. He didn't know what had happened when he picked the Kirin fruit. When he did, an unknown strength had surged up from the giant ancient bone and into his body. He had to look for a safe area to examine if anything had happened to his body. Chase him! The Purple Chestnut King gnashed his teeth. His eyes had always been aimed at the top, and his strength and talent surpassed the many young geniuses of the spirit race. Even so, in this soul cave he had randomly bumped into this strange human youth who had caused him to be defeated again and again. He took out a pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it down. A bizarre red color flushed through his face. Then, without waiting, he ran after Lin Ming. The other masters of the spirit race all followed him. Some martial artists clearly knew they weren't the opponent of this human youth, but they weren't willing to give up. This Kirin fruit could be refined into a transcendent divine pill, so how could they allow it to fall into the hands of others? They also rushed out to chase Lin Ming. But because they weren't too strong to begin with, and they were slow in their steps, by the time they left the cave Lin Ming had already disappeared from sight. He was just too fast. Only the Purple Chestnut King and some others were barely able to keep up with him. Hoo! Strong winds howled. Lin Ming flew forwards with lightning speed. Pangs of pain throbbed from all over his body. Lin Ming's organs had been seriously battered and his blood vessels had exploded in countless places. However, his mortal body was simply ridiculously strong. Every inch of his body emitted a dazzling shimmer as his wounds began to wriggle like bugs. However, a strange energy hindered him, stopping his body from rapidly regenerating. My wounds are heavy. I'll have to spend some time recovering. Lin Ming gloomily thought. If he was caught by others and a great war exploded around him, he would suffer wounds upon wounds. This wouldn't be a good outcome for him at all. He grit his teeth and used a void-breaking movement technique. Space seemed to lose meaning to him as his figure turned hazy and he flew over a cliff. The Akashic Dream battlefield was vast and boundless, vacant for the most part. Mountain ranges continued without end and giant underground caves and passages wound through the ground beneath him. Lin Ming looked for an especially rugged terrain with many hiding spots where he could hunker down. He passed another several mountains and dove through numerous rivers. With this, he easily lost the people that had been chasing him. The severely wounded Purple Chestnut King slowly recovered as he pursued Lin Ming. However, his strength couldn't compare with Lin Ming's to begin with. He could only gaze helplessly as he was left behind by Lin Ming, who eventually vanished into a string of endless mountain ranges. How hateful! Looking at the endless mountain ranges in front of him, the Purple Chestnut King stomped his feet. Slowly, the other masters of the spirit race appeared behind him, gathering at his location. Use an image transmitting symbol and send an image of that brat to all the nearby groups of masters. Tell them that he has the Kirin fruit, the Purple Chestnut King said, grinding his teeth together. On this day, all of the masters that were exploring areas near the Soul Cave received a piece of information. A Kirin fruit had appeared at the Soul Cave and was taken away by a human boy. As for this fruit, although many people hadn't seen it before, just from looking at its image and the phantom of a Kirin manifested within it, one could tell it was no ordinary treasure. For a time, a great upheaval was stirred up within the Akashic Dream battlefield. Numerous masters set out towards the Soul Cave. Chapter 1811 Mysterious Little Girl. The vast mountain ranges were distant and mysterious. The endless peaks of mountains continued on without end, all of them shrouded in a thick and viscous black fog. The mountains were barren and without any sign of life. There was nothing but strange rugged stone littering the ground. The air was cold and grim, deathly still. From the depths of the distant mountain ranges, horrifying roars would echo out, shaking the world, as if some ancient vicious beasts were awakening from their slumber. Lin Ming cautiously moved forwards until he found a hidden cave. Only then did he sit down and relax his thoughts. He immediately pulled out the Kirin fruit. As the Kirin fruit appeared, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out, forming mist as tangible as a white dragon that filled every inch of the cave. Lin Ming only needed to take a whiff of this medicinal fragrance to feel as if his body was being cleansed by a pure running stream, filling him with comfort. Chirp! Chirp! The Kirin fruit still wildly struggled. But because it wasn't able to manifest a form yet, it wasn't able to escape. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. In order to bring out the highest level of medicinal efficacy from this fruit, it had to be used for alchemy. He shouldn't directly swallow it. But now, he had received heavy wounds and there was some unfamiliar energy pulsing through his body that was influencing him. In addition, the massive explosions from those inscription symbols had caused his meridians and blood vessels to be broken in numerous places. All of these things needed to be dealt with. When he was running away, he had no time to deal with these problems, but now he could rest for a moment to recover from his injuries. Lin Ming thought for a bit. He pinched off 2 leaves from the kirin fruit and then swallowed them. Although it was only 2 kirin fruit leaves, after swallowing them Lin Ming felt them melt within his body. Then, a moment later, a sun seemed to erupt within him. A potent extreme strength stirred up rough waves in Lin Ming's spiritual sea. The monstrous waves surged forwards, reaching into the skies. What a strong medicinal efficacy, what a good spirit source strength. Lin Ming didn't dare to delay. He revolved all of his blood vitality and started to coordinate it with the medicinal efficacy of the kirin fruit leaves in his body to heal his wounds. The blood vitality in his body began to gush like a flooded river. After 2 days and a night, Lin Ming opened his eyes. A brilliant flash of light lit up his pupils, his soul force had reached a new peak yet again. The injuries he had previously sustained had now completely vanished. Lin Ming couldn't help but recall the image of that arrogant and scaled purple chestnut king. From his heart, a dense killing intent rolled out. But soon, he immediately dispelled these thoughts. He inspected himself and found it strange upon discovering that there were no changes with his body. The backlash caused by that peculiar energy had been so easily healed? Thinking about it further didn't bring him any new ideas. Rather, he pulled out the kirin fruit and looked at it. In 2 days and a night, this kirin fruit actually managed to manifest 2 front hooves. As it appeared in Lin Ming's hand, its legs began to rapidly twitch as it tried to escape from his grasp. This thing, if it were to fully manifest, then wanting to cage it would be difficult. I'll have to completely refine its spiritual wisdom. Lin Ming grabbed the kirin fruit. Chirp! Chirp! After being grasped by Lin Ming, the kirin fruit began to panic. Sounds seemed to come from within it and it seemed incomparably terrified. This little thing. Such a strange and magical kirin fruit left Lin Ming feeling more and more amazed. It was just no different from a little life form. For a time, Lin Ming hesitated in exterminating its mind. Then, from deep in the cave, the sound of pattering footsteps echoed. Who's there? Lin Ming asked, raising his guard. His muscles tightened and his electric eyes focused on the entrance of the cave. The cave Lin Ming was in was deep and limitless, with tunnels running in all directions. But for the sounds of footsteps to appear here and at this time, this left Lin Ming bewildered. Why would there be someone here? At one of the cave entrances, beneath Lin Ming's eagle-sharp eyes, a timid little girl in a red dress ran out. This little girl appeared to be around 15 to 16 years old. She had black hair that fell down like a waterfall and her appearance was exquisite. However, she seemed somewhat dazed. In particular, her eyes attracted the most attention. Her 2 pupils were profound beyond reasoning, and there seemed to be blood-red lights faintly smoldering within them. At this time, as she looked at Lin Ming, there was clearly a hint of hesitation and dread in her eyes. As she appeared, she gave off an extremely peculiar feeling as if she were completely in sync with this world, as if she were some being that had emerged from the good fortune of this land. In Lin Ming's divine sense, she seemed no different from an ordinary stone or a blade of grass. Don't eat it, the red-dressed little girl said to Lin Ming. Her voice was beautiful and lilting, but she spoke slowly and stuttered, as if she struggled to speak each word. Who are you? Lin Ming didn't dare to lower his guard. His eyes remained locked on her body. He believed that news of him taking the kirin fruit would have already spread out by now. There were likely countless people searching for his whereabouts, but this little girl was clearly not one of them. It was puzzling just how she managed to show up in this hidden cave. Lin Ming waved his right hand and extracted a spear. As this spear appeared, it quietly trembled, filled with desires of bloodlust. Seeing the bright spear, the red-dressed girl was scared and pedaled several steps back. She clearly wanted to escape, but as her eyes fell on the Kirin fruit in Lin Ming's hand, she hesitated and stopped. Why you, if you don't eat it, CC can give you something GG good. The red-dressed little girl didn't answer Lin Ming's question but was instead concerned for the Kirin fruit. Her words seemed to be a little faster than before, but she still stuttered as if she wasn't skilled at speaking. The Kirin fruit's small eyes turned towards the red-dressed little girl, a look of affection and excitement within them. It chirped at the little girl as it tried desperately to escape from Lin Ming's grasp and into her embrace. I can use this to trade with you. The red-dressed little girl revealed a worried look as she heard the Kirin fruit's cries. Her hand opened and a dazzling light burst out, revealing a red crystal the size of a soybean. Lin Ming's eyes focused on this gem. But as this gem appeared in the red-dressed little girl's palm, it melted and became a drop of blood. Pa-ta! Pa-ta! As this drop of red liquid appeared, it emitted sound waves that made the heart race, as if it were a beating heart itself. These fluctuations were mysterious and carried with them a massive soul force. Even Lin Ming could feel his own heart begin to beat in tandem with this red liquid. Lin Ming carefully stared at the drop of red liquid. His intuition told him that this wasn't blood, but whatever it was, it still contained a titanic life energy as well as spirit source. A brilliant light burst out from Lin Ming's eyes, runes shining within them. He wanted to completely understand what this drop of water was. But this drop of water was deep and infinitely profound. It was wrapped by an enigmatic strength, making it so that Lin Ming couldn't see through it. Even so, he could feel that this was a truly terrifying drop of water. From this drop of water, an incomparably powerful and intensely holy aura gushed out. The spirit source strength contained within it had also reached unfathomable levels. The value of this water drop was impossible to estimate, but it was undoubtedly a top treasure that stood upon the pinnacle of rarity. As for whether or not it was more precious than the Kirin fruit, Lin Ming wasn't able to distinguish that with his current eyesight. This is spring water. I found, from inside a cave. I took it, and after that, the spring disappeared. It should be very precious. The red-dressed girl hurriedly explained as she feared Lin Ming wouldn't look at it. She constantly gesticulated with her hand. Cave? You mean the soul cave? Lin Ming asked. He naturally remembered the legends. It was said that there was once a spring in the soul cave, but it had disappeared. Could that have been the Weeping Blood God Springs? As Lin Ming recalled these 4 words, his eyebrows flew up. The Weeping Blood God Springs was absolutely the most precious of treasures that could exist in the Soul Cave. It was said to have condensed the blood of a peerless god king that once lived in times long past. Once, there were even true divinities who entered the Soul Cave for the Weeping Blood God Springs, but after the springs disappeared, true divinities naturally wouldn't visit the Soul Cave. He suddenly had doubts as to who this mysterious red-dressed little girl was. Just who was she? She had appeared from nowhere like a ghost, and she even had a treasure from the Weeping Blood God Springs. Moreover, she was clearly familiar with the Kirin fruit, and from how things were it seemed that the Kirin fruit was intimate with this little girl and the little girl was also concerned about it. Chapter 1812, Hidden Treasure. Lin Ming's eyes focused on the red-dressed little girl's bare feet. Even though the path here was covered with jagged rocks, incredibly as she moved she appeared to be walking across the surface of smooth water, completely in tune with her surrounding environment. Who are you? Lin Ming asked once more. However, the little girl only flushed red. She gripped her fists, not saying anything else. Lin Ming slightly frowned. He was completely unable to see through this little girl's boundary. She felt like a mortal, but his intuition told him that the truth wasn't so simple. She must possess some sort of mystical ability, and he couldn't see what the limits of her strength were. Lin Ming's silence caused the little girl to tense up. She parted her lips and said, Is it not enough? The little girl also felt that the thing she took out wasn't valuable enough. At least, it wasn't enough to satisfy Lin Ming. He still might eat the Kirin fruit. She thought about it for a moment and then said, I know of a place where treasure is hidden. I can tell you, but you can't eat it. It was clear just how dear the Kirin fruit was to her. What place with hidden treasure? Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. I can't say it clearly. If why you come with me, you'll see. The red-dressed little girl seemed to have not spoken any words for an extremely long period of time. Her words lagged behind her thoughts as if she needed time to consider what they were. Lin Ming deeply peered at the little girl. With his cautious personality, he shouldn't go to such an unknown place. But this little girl really didn't seem to have any evil intentions at all. Lead me to this hidden treasure area. I won't eat the Kirin fruit. Upon hearing Lin Ming say he wouldn't eat the Kirin fruit, the red-dressed little girl finally seemed to relax. The Kirin fruit also chirped out loud, clearly happy. The red-dressed little girl brightly smiled as she saw how happy the Kirin fruit was. 2 deep dimples appeared on her cheeks, making her look lovable. Great, I will lead the way. The little girl vigorously nodded as if she were afraid Lin Ming would back out of his promise. No need to hurry. Before we go, I'll absorb the drop of God springs. Lin Ming said. He looked towards the red-dressed little girl. Help me stand guard outside so that no one enters here. Lin Ming was still vigilant against this mysterious little girl. After all, when he absorbed the drop of God springs, his defense would be in a weakened state. Oh, all right. The red-dressed little girl nodded. After the little girl walked a distance away, Lin Ming laid down a simple protection enchantment and stepped into it. Then he directly swallowed the drop of God springs. Soon, Lin Ming was covered in an endless bloodlight. Traces of the bloodlight seeped into his skin, completely enveloping him. The bloodlight became increasingly thick, rushing towards Lin Ming more and more as it wrapped him up. Pata! Pata! This bloodlight seemed to form a giant translucent cocoon of blood that beat like a heart. With every beat, it was like a god king was striking a drum, the sound like a rolling thunderclap. The cave as well as the entire mountain began to shiver. Like this, Lin Ming closed up for over 20 hours. Outside, night fell and then the sun rose yet again. But in the cave, it was utterly dark throughout. At this time, beams of light shot out from the blood cocoon, slowly tearing it open. Lin Ming appeared from within, a strange blood strength permeating his body. Countless faint runes shimmered upon his skin, seeming to shine and dim along with his heartbeat. This bodily phenomenon occurred for some time before disappearing. What a great treasure! My soul has become 50% stronger, and there is also a great deal of strength I haven't been able to absorb but was saved in my inner world. Even my boundary has increased, it is close to the middle Holy Lord realm. In fact, if I wanted to, I could make a breakthrough right now. Lin Ming discovered that there was a great strength rushing through his inner world like a raging river. The Kirin leaves from before as well as this drop of weeping blood god springs had caused a tremendous amount of excess power to be stored within him. Since he couldn't absorb it yet, all he could do was compress this energy within his inner world and slowly absorb it. With this, it would become increasingly difficult for him to keep suppressing his cultivation so that he didn't make a premature breakthrough. His cultivation was more than high enough. Right now, what he lacked was time. If he had another 100 years, then that would be ideal. After absorbing the drop of weeping blood god springs, Lin Ming could faintly feel as if he became more familiar with the surrounding environment. It was like the drop of blood within him was the same as the Akashic Dream battlefield. This sort of familiar feeling should be because I absorbed the drop of God springs, Lin Ming suddenly realized. And at this time, his complexion changed. He felt that the red-dressed little girl had returned. He waved his hand and a wisp of heavenly tribulation fire flew out from his palm, turning into endless flame runes that slowly settled on his body and turned into a robe. As for the red-dressed little girl, she was curiously looking at Lin Ming, a dazed look on her face and without any fear or suspicion at all. It was clear she didn't know of the differences between men and women. "You said there was a hidden treasure somewhere?" Lin Ming asked the red-dressed little girl. I remember." The little girl quickly waved her hands. She was ready to go at any time. Bang! Lin Ming left his cave and turned into a beam of light as he rapidly flew over the mountains. He followed the red-dressed little girl's instructions and flew towards the hidden treasure area. As he passed by an underground river that was surging with black waters, he saw a red wild cow galloping through the river, its entire body awash with blazing red flames. Its entire body sparked with flames. As its hooves struck the ground, the water around it all evaporated due to the high heat, and even the river mud was melted into a dark yellow sludge. It was a bizarre sight. Lin Ming was considerably startled. This soul beast's strength was about as strong as the soul beast he encountered at Limitless God Mountain. Such a powerful soul beast was actually engaged in battle with someone in the river. The soul beast's opponent was an old man that possessed a terrifying blood vitality and intense soul force. The old man was releasing an endless power of ice laws, enough to freeze massive tracts of the river to suppress the cow. On the side of the river, several white-robed youths had set up an array. Half-step Empyrean? Or? Lin Ming was careful, he didn't arouse the attention of these people. On the Akashic Dream battlefield, there was an endless number of masters. Those he fought in the Soul Cave had only been a minuscule portion of them. There were also many half-step Empyreans and Empyreans still wandering about. He continued forwards. Strangely, the red-dressed little girl who was following him had disappeared. But he could clearly feel an intense fluctuation of energy emit from beneath his feet, closely following behind him. In the Soul Cave, Lin Ming's divine sense was blinded by a strange dark power. It was hard for him to detect what was occurring beneath his feet. Yet, he was completely aware that the energy fluctuations beneath him were definitely those of the mysterious red-dressed little girl. Could it be? At the Soul Cave, when he first picked the Kirin fruit, a strange energy had rushed into his body, severely wounding him. This energy, could it have been this red-dressed little girl? Lin Ming had this idea before. This was because after he took the Kirin fruit's leaves to heal himself, the strange energy within him had disappeared, inexplicably vanishing without a trace. Originally, Lin Ming felt that this strength wasn't simple at all and shouldn't have disappeared so easily. And what followed right after that was this little girl suddenly appearing from nowhere in his secret cave. This was also a reasonable explanation. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's heart began to beat faster. If this little girl had any evil intentions when he had been trying to heal himself, he definitely would have suffered some miserable fate. Luckily, this little girl's thoughts were pure, without any hint of malice. Just who was she? And at this time, from the far-off distance, a tremendous roar erupted. The nearby mountains shook and beams of essence energy emerged from the far-off mountains that pierced through the void. Lin Ming's thoughts focused. This was definitely a battle between powerhouses. He had to be more careful. After all, any hidden treasure here must be extremely precious, and he didn't want to attract droves of people who wanted to come and struggle with him. This hidden treasure area was located deep in the Soul Cave. Lin Ming cautiously continued forwards. To his amazement, he discovered that there were far more powerhouses in the Soul Cave than when he had first come here. Finally, Lin Ming came upon a stretch of forest that was covered in a thick mist. The ancient trees towered high into the air. Incredibly, each tree was as great as a mountain and he wasn't able to see the top of them at all. This left Lin Ming whistling in awe at this breathtaking sight. Suddenly, Lin Ming discovered that brilliant fireworks had appeared above him. These fireworks were purple-gold in color and exuded a familiar aura. Soon, the fireworks slowly shifted into a face in the void. It was Lin Ming's own face. Lin Ming frowned. For something like this to occur now, he already guessed just what had happened. Like this, Lin Ming's complexion darkened. Chapter 1813, A Grand Killing Feast. It's that boy. That's right, it must be him. Lin Ming looked up. Above his head, on the branches of a towering ancient tree, there were several spirit race martial artists standing there. Their scales reflected a dark light. They had just been climbing upwards towards something that resembled the nest of a giant bird. And above them were the brilliant fireworks that illuminated Lin Ming's figure. These fireworks were clearly released by these people. Hee, I never thought that while we were trying to catch the eagle sparrow we would bump into you here. Really, this is what they mean by searching far and wide only to find what you're looking for so close at hand. Be a good little boy and hand over the Kirin fruit. If you do, we'll let you die a happy death. Even if we can't give you a true death in the Akashic Dream battlefield, we still have methods to cage you here and make you beg to die. A spirit martial artist with blue scales covering his face menacingly shouted at Lin Ming. Before this, they had already received the news that the Purple Chestnut King had spread everywhere, and they had been mad with envy because of it. As for how strong this human youth was, they had only heard some vague rumors but didn't have a clear understanding. In particular, they had nothing to be careful about because Lin Ming was a human. To them, Lin Ming was simply a mortal child carrying a piece of precious jade and wandering the streets at night. Wasn't he just looking to die? Human brat, don't think of running away. You are already a mouse that's being searched for by our people in the Soul Cave. Once we kill you, not only can we obtain the treasure, but we can also receive the bounty reward. Lin Ming looked at the flames still burning in the skies. They were clearly projecting out a clear signal. Everyone within several hundred miles would see this signal and would rush over here. He originally came here to take a treasure, and the location of this hidden treasure was somewhere in these ancient woods. From this spirit youth's words, Lin Ming obtained a great deal of information. Someone knew he had obtained the Kirin fruit and had posted a large bounty on his head in a short period of time. They had even used some sort of method to inform so many people that Lin Ming had the Kirin fruit on him. Such methods were likely only possible by the Purple Chestnut King or that heroic Spiritas youth. At this point, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. He burst upwards like a tornado, howling towards those several spirit race martial artists. These people were nothing but a disaster. He needed to quickly slay all of them and then go find the treasure. It was the first time that these spirit race martial artists had seen Lin Ming. They heard he was fierce for a human, but the truth was that in the depths of their hearts, they had looked down on him exactly because he was a human. They didn't believe that Lin Ming was too strong at all. As they saw this human hurtle towards them, the several spirit martial artists wildly cackled. Glistening blue lights began to flicker between their eyebrows as an intense soul force surged about them. Light wove together in the skies and shot outwards from the group. Some lights resembled spears, some resembled snakes, and all of them were aimed at Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't even take out his spear, instead, he used his fists. His fist smashed into the void. Air compressed beneath his strike and a wave of iron-hard air shot forwards. Bang! The air wave punched out by his fist completely crushed apart the spears and snakes condensed from soul force. Without stopping, the air wave struck a spirit youth. Seeing his soul projection technique broken so easily and feeling the great strength behind that air wave, the spirit youth wanted to dodge. However, it was already too late. With a loud ripping sound, the spirit youth was struck by the air wave and blew apart into bits and pieces of ruined blood and flesh. Without waiting for the other spirit youths to respond, Lin Ming raced upwards like a bolt of lightning. His fists were like the wrath of the heavens, instantly blowing up the remaining spirit youths. This was a completely one-sided battle. How could these people compare with Lin Ming's terrifying inside background? Even the stronger Purple Chestnut King was severely wounded after a single punch by Lin Ming, much less these ordinary spirit youths. Moreover, Lin Ming hadn't even been in his peak condition back then. After slaying these spirit youths, Lin Ming looked up at the fireworks that still lingered in the skies. His eyes were bright, like two stars shining in the skies. They posted a bounty on my head? Then let them come, my merit points aren't enough. Lin Ming received the spirit youth's merit points. These merit points were considerable. This was because these spirit youths had killed a large number of people, and a good portion of their total accumulated merit points was also taken by Lin Ming. I need 1 billion merit points to exchange for the golden page. Then, I'll collect them here. I will set up a grand killing feast and everyone is invited to this party. If I were to look for people to kill, then even 3 years might not be enough time. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he sat down in the air. And the area he sat in was right underneath the signaling fireworks. He was overflowing with confidence. The thick smell of blood still hadn't dispersed from the ancient forest. With rustling sounds, several dark forms suddenly flashed into sight, their eyes sparkling with an electric light. Who sent the signal? Some people died here, people from the spirit race. It must be that little human garbage who obtained the Kirin fruit. We must hurry. To think that he could kill these spirit martial artists in such a short period of time, he doesn't seem weak at all. But, only like that will things become interesting. One of the dark figures said as he released a soul force technique. A mass of soul force was released into the air, or it wildly distorted as if it were trying to reflect several different rhythms. Finally, the soul force condensed into a black arrow that shot straight up above their heads, like a hunting dog that had caught the scent of its prey. Someone's above us? The person who released the soul technique asked, puzzled. He looked upwards. Looking from afar, he could see that at the top of an ancient towering tree, on a branch as thick as a water barrel, there was a black-haired human youth indifferently sitting there. His eyes were as bright as stars and he tranquilly stared down at them from a commanding position. The space around him trembled as the laws faintly circulated in it, making him seem incomparably mysterious. The 5 people who were tracking this human felt a tingling sensation creep up their scalps. This human had managed to hide his aura so well that they didn't discover him even when he was above their heads. However, was this human right in the head? He didn't run, but instead chose to wait here for them? Even if he were stronger than the rumors said, as waves upon waves of martial artists arrived, they would absolutely kill him. You fellows aren't slow at all. Lin Ming said with approval. He leapt down from the ancient tree and sized up these 5 people. All he saw was that these 5 people had strange scarves wrapped around their heads. He didn't know what these scarves were made from, but they seemed connected to their bodies. Countless runes shimmered atop these scarves and many crimson lines ran through them, spreading out just like blood vessels. Lin Ming had arrived at the soul world not too long ago, so it could be said he didn't know many things. What kind of race are you? Lin Ming faintly asked. He had a great interest in the mythical ancient races. After all, he had a considerably deep connection to the primal god race, and the primal god race had once been one of these ancient races. One of the blood scarf people suddenly laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke of all. To think you don't know about our blood race. It seems humans are truly dumb and ignorant. They can't be blamed. Many humans are raised in cages or they are just frogs in a well that have never left their universe before, so how would they know about an ancient race like our blood race? Several of the blood race martial artists laughed and mocked Lin Ming. What a crazy brat. It's incredible that you haven't run by now. Then, let me see just what you're made of. A short and thin blood race martial artist who resembled a little monkey shouted. He licked his lips and cackled. Attack together. He roared out. He didn't underestimate Lin Ming and try to kill him alone, but instead commanded his entire group to strike together. These people were clearly far stronger than those spirit race youths from just now. Lin Ming's divine sense swept out. Although the Akashic Dream universe had law restrictions of all sorts and Lin Ming didn't understand the blood race cultivation system at all, he could vaguely sense the general strength levels of these people. The monkey-like martial artist was the most powerful and obviously the leader of this pack. Is he an ordinary holy lord or a peak holy lord? If these are 5 peak holy lords, then their merit point numbers will be quite high. Lin Ming casually thought out loud. The 5 blood race martial artists had extremely sharp hearing. As they heard Lin Ming's words, all of them were incensed. From the start, they could feel the obvious contempt Lin Ming felt towards them. But now that they heard Lin Ming regard them as nothing but merit points, this was just something they would not stand for. A lowly human actually dares spout such words to our blood race. Then, show me just how you plan to kill me. Interesting, how interesting. I want to slowly play with you and see just what methods you have. At this time, Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He discovered the sharp sound of splitting air transmitting from the far-off distance. Some people were approaching at high speed. Time was of the essence. First he would cut down these random fellows in front of him. His inner aura suddenly erupted. Endless flames wrapped around his left arm. It seemed like a true phoenix was perching on his arm, screeching out loud and exuding endless mystic strength. An azure dragon drilled out from his right hand before turning into dragon armor. Dragon scales wound around his arm and the terrifying aura of a true dragon spread through the skies, shocking the mind. The power of a dragon and phoenix collided in space and twisted together. As the phantoms of a dragon and phoenix cried out loud, even space began to shake. The complexions of the 5 blood race martial artists changed. What strength was this? The blood of a god beast? The 5 martial artists had extraordinary experience and were able to recognize the bloodlines within Lin Ming's body. After all, their cultivations had been suppressed to the Soul Lord realm. Facing the strength of pure blood from a true dragon and fire phoenix, alarm and dread surged in their hearts. How could such pure god-beast blood be present within this human? Bang! A horrifying explosion erupted. Although Lin Ming's boundary was suppressed, the true meaning of a dragon and phoenix rejoicing was still completely displayed beneath Lin Ming's skill. The power of a phoenix and dragon blended together, multiplying each other's strength. Endless flames and an incomparably potent strength erupted everywhere. It was like a volcano had exploded. The 5 blood race martial artists were forcefully struck by this attack. Blood shot out from the 5 blood race martial artists that wove into a net of blood around them. Even so, this blood net was still smashed apart by the boundless strength as if it didn't exist at all. The figures of the 5 martial artists were all swept into this titanic strength. After Lin Ming struck out with this attack, he no longer spared the 5 blood race martial artists another glance. His token began to heat up, informing him that his merit points were rising yet again. This method of gathering merit points, wasn't it too simple? Lin Ming closed his eyes and probed the number of merit points he obtained. Every time he killed an enemy, if their original cultivation was 1 boundary higher, it meant that they would give 10 times or more the number of merit points, and this exponentially increased. If so, then if the one he killed was an Empyrean, that would truly be a considerable number of merit points. Lin Ming put away his token. His deep eyes flashed like lightning in the dark. He had already locked onto the fastest person hurtling towards him in the void. He could also sense a massive wave of people flying towards him. It seemed that the Kirin fruit was truly a godly treasure, it was able to draw so many people here. Chapter 1814, Blood Stains the Forest. Whoosh! 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 Although they were separated through the dense forest by 1,000 feet, Lin Ming was still able to rely upon his sense to clearly see each martial artist that was rushing to his location. Most of them were Spiritas, but there were also a number of races he had never seen before. In the next moment, a horrifying fluctuation of energy ravaged through the forest. Massive trees cracked apart and shattered. The surrounding dense forest was nearly flattened, and all that was left over were rows of large stumps. The towering trees had all been sent flying away. The newcomers had blown apart the forest. They were afraid Lin Ming would use the forest as cover to escape. Shwa! 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 Instantly, over 20 divine senses locked onto Lin Ming. Those that were able to reach this area did not possess low cultivations. After all, the rumors said that Lin Ming had suppressed the Purple Chestnut King and was a genius in his own right. 29 people. Lin Ming observed his situation. He drew out the Phoenix Blood Spear. With a keening cry, Spear Wind recklessly lashed out. Just turned into merit points already. Without further speaking, Lin Ming shot forwards. His actions startled the 29 martial artists who had just arrived. What was happening here? They had so many people encircling him, so shouldn't this human be trying to run? Yet not only had the human waited for them to arrive, but he even said he wanted to turn them into merit points. This was simply ridiculous. Attack! Get rid of this madman. Kill him first. As for his treasures, those will belong to whoever has the ability to seize them. No one went easy on Lin Ming. Even though Lin Ming was a junior and most of the newcomers were middle-aged men or even old men, none of them had the martial arts spirit of fighting one-on-one. After all, rumors said that Lin Ming could even suppress the Purple Chestnut King. Piki Paka! Lin Ming emitted crackling sounds from all his joints. 9 stars appeared high in the skies, and 3 Dao palaces shined brightly within him. His feet stepped on the ground and he rushed out. His first target was a middle-aged man who had pushed his way to the front. Lin Ming could feel that this middle-aged man was the strongest of those present. This meant that before this middle-aged man's cultivation was suppressed by the laws of the Akashic Dream battlefield, his boundary might have been that of a world king. The middle-aged man demonically grinned. He grasped a heavy sword and chopped. A dazzling swordlight slashed out, tearing through the skies. Pathetic human, I'll chop off your head. The middle-aged man shouted out. But in the next moment, thunder and fire wove together into a sea of purple and red in front of him. With a loud rumbling explosion, his swordlight was swallowed up by the sea of energy and the power of thunder and fire detonated in front of him. He vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying away, his body charred completely black. He had been violently and instantly killed. What? The others didn't even have time to respond. At this moment, Lin Ming swept out the Phoenix Blood Spear, killing in a circle around him. 7 or 8 people were brutally killed as their heads were sent soaring into the air, blood erupting from their severed necks like water fountains. A massive number of merit points flowed into Lin Ming's token. He felt his body heat up, as if he were stimulated by the intense smell of blood. Killing. Killing to his heart's content. Then, Lin Ming realized that more and more people were catching up. This was because the spirit race martial artist from before had cast out a signal flare, and this signal flare seemed to utilize a marvelous inscription technique. Before it dissipated, it rose higher and higher into the air, turning brighter and brighter, catching the attention of more and more people. This also meant more and more challengers were arriving. The ruckus Lin Ming had stirred up in the Soul Cave was too great. In addition to the Purple Chestnut King deliberately spreading news of what happened, many people had learned of Lin Ming. At this time, several dozen people had gathered. As they arrived, they witnessed with their own eyes as Lin Ming's spear totally annihilated everyone around him, cutting off the necks of 7 or 8 people and causing their blood to drench the world. They naturally recognized Lin Ming's appearance. He was completely similar to the fireworks in the sky. This meant he was the human that had obtained the Kirin fruit. For a time, all of them were shocked speechless. They unconsciously slowed down, stopping several miles away and not daring to approach. These people had only come here to adventure and temper themselves. They weren't too strong to begin with and didn't think they could obtain the Kirin fruit anyway, they just wanted to join in on the liveliness. And as they arrived, they saw the scene of Lin Ming slaughtering everyone around him. That blue-robed old man who just died, isn't that the Blue Cloud Sect's elder Bai? I remember he had a half-step world king cultivation. A martial artist who had just arrived trembled as he spoke, his voice faltering. He had extremely good eyesight and could clearly see that one of the heads that had been soaring into the air was that of the Blue Cloud Sect's Elderby. On the planet that the Blue Cloud Sect was located on, Elderby was absolutely an overlord of the land. When Lin Ming had swept out his spear and killed so many people, they had subconsciously thought that he had only slain cannon fodder and useless minions. But now, it seemed that Lin Ming was actually slaying peerless powerhouses. To Lin Ming, these peerless powerhouses were no different than chickens or dogs. He killed them by the batch. This was just far too terrifying. From what they could see, Lin Ming wasn't old at all, and even seemed to be younger than the Purple Chestnut King, so how could he be so strong? And what was even more incredible was that he was a human. In the soul world, the human race that had been suppressed on all sides was synonymous with weak. All of you, die. Lin Ming attacked again and again, his speed as phantasmal as ghosts and gods. The 20-some martial artists that arrived were systematically killed by Lin Ming. Their heads were blown off or their hearts were pierced. Their blood rained down to the earth and their organs flew out. Some people were scared silly and tried to run away. However, Lin Ming simply stepped forwards and space shrank beneath his feet, instantly bringing him behind those that were running away. Without expression, he thrust out his spear. Puff! His spear pierced through a martial artist's chest, causing blood to fly out. Out of the 29 people, 22 of them had been killed already. The remaining 7 had ashen complexions. They all used their best techniques to flee this execution ground. But at this time, a boundless force field covered the surrounding space, sealing all 7 people within. This was the Grand Mist Force Field. The star-heavy Grand Mist energy immediately locked down their movements. Damn it all! No! The 7 people madly roared out. They attacked the Grand Mist space with everything they had, but all of their efforts failed. They watched as Lin Ming's spear-light was soon about to swallow them all up. Stop! At this time, someone shouted out loud as more and more martial artists arrived. Of these people, some shared the same types of robes that some of the 7 soon-to-die martial artists wore. It was clear they originated from the same sect. However, Lin Ming remained indifferent, completely disregarding this shout. The Phoenix Blood spear slashed out. With a loud slicing sound, blood shot out. After Lin Ming swept out his spear, the 7 people had all been cut in half at the waist. How vile! The dozen-plus people who just arrived had uncertain and gloomy expressions. They hadn't figured out just what had happened yet, but as they looked at the scene around them they could see that Lin Ming had already killed many people. Many of the dead had torn up corpses, their blood flowing out in streams. Lin Ming's head immediately swiveled like a hawk spotting its prey, locking onto those people who had shouted out for him to stop just now. As his eyes blazed at them, the courage of these people nearly broke apart. Just what kind of eyes were these? The killing intent and hostility gushing out from them was terrifying to behold, as if they were the eyes of a people-eating demon. We should. Several of these dozen-plus people already formed thoughts of drawing back and escaping. But at this time, Lin Ming was like a death reaper hunting the night. He stepped forwards, rushing towards these newcomers on his own initiative. It's too late. Attack! The dozen-plus people were shocked. They all drew their weapons. However, what they didn't notice was that just several miles away, those people that were too scared to do anything were looking at them with fear and pity in their eyes. In the opinion of these distant people, these dozen-plus newcomers were dead because they hadn't been here to see just how brutal Lin Ming had been in his actions, or how impossibly fierce he was. If gods stepped in his way he would kill gods, if Buddhas blocked his path he would cut down Buddhas. The Blue Cloud Sect's Elderby was a half-step world king, and yet he had died no differently than some chicken, instantly killed where he had stood. This was a horrifying demon. Anyone that dared to look down upon him with disdain just because he was a human would be killed until they couldn't die anymore. It could be said that the moment those dozen-plus people had shouted out stop, their destiny had been sealed, they would undoubtedly die. Junior apprentice sister, there seemed to be some signaling fireworks in the distance. On a vast grassland, a troop of several hundred people was crossing over mountains and rivers. After experiencing a war that had lasted for several months already, they were all exhausted. These people all wore similar icy blue robes. They came from Zenith Palace. Zenith Palace was only a world king influence, and because their world kings were far too old, it was impossible for them to make another breakthrough in their lifetimes. Thus, they didn't enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. The fiercest martial artists Zenith Palace were able to send to the Akashic Dream battlefield were only several half-step world kings. Thus, the disciples of Zenith Palace were aware of their own limits and didn't think about trying to wander their way into a danger zone like the Soul Cave. They knew that with the abilities of Zenith Palace, entering such a place meant they would be eaten up without any bones remaining. Chapter 18:15, Kill Them All. Zenith Palace had extremely clear goals. The reason they came to the Akashic Dream battlefield was to hunt down the trial challengers from some smaller influences and gather merit points so they could exchange them for sect rewards later. Of course, if Zenith Palace obtained a high number of merit points, then that would also be proof of their strength. At that time, Empery and Heaven Core would naturally bestow rewards upon them. This was their final goal. Now, after passing through several months of battle, Zenith Palace had already lost 40% of their disciples. There were still more than 2 years remaining until this session of the Akashic Dream battlefield ended, and yet they had lost 40% of their disciples. This caused the Zenith Vice Palace Master to have a gloomy complexion for the last several days. Their luck had been poor. As soon as they entered the Akashic Dream battlefield, they had run into several formidable opponents, and had suffered serious losses in the massive battles that occurred. Without a choice, the Zenith Vice Palace Master was forced to divide the remaining sub-6,000 disciples into groups, depending on their strength. The strongest disciples were taken out and put together to form an elite squad. Like this, they wouldn't be burdened and their combat efficiency would also be higher. Now, this squad of around 100 people consisted of the outstanding elites from Zenith Palace. This included the Vice Palace Master, Jade River, Ifan, and many others. Ifan was somber. Zenith Palace had met so many powerful enemies and lost so many disciples. To him, the reason they suffered so much must have been because Lin Ming had betrayed them and given out their information. His speculations were all baseless, but the truth was that he didn't need proof, nor did he need to find out whether or not this was truly Lin Ming's fault. This was because Lin Ming had once beaten up Ifan under the gaze of everyone, and this caused Ifan to hate Lin Ming to the core. Thus, he didn't mind taking advantage of this moment to make sure Lin Ming's name was pushed into the gutter. Moreover, Lin Ming had quietly separated from the main group as soon as he had entered the Akashic Dream battlefield and hadn't been seen since. This caused many people to suspect that Lin Ming was actually the spy. Lin Ming appearing at Zenith Palace was strange to begin with, and he also came from some unknown origin. Above all, he was a human, someone that the Spiritas would never consider one of their own. For these past days, Ifan had constantly attacked Lin Ming. Due to this, Jade River also appeared ill. She was the one who had brought Lin Ming into Zenith Palace, so all of these accusations were the same as saying she had brought a traitor into their ranks. Even so, Lin Ming's actions inevitably aroused Jade River's suspicions, and she didn't have any energy or rationale to explain them. In this situation, they continued passing through the barren mountains and rivers. The small influence that was Zenith Palace, who didn't know much of what was happening right now, suddenly saw the brilliant fireworks that stained the skies. By the time they saw the fireworks had already risen up very high into the air and had spread far and wide. Anyone could make out that these fireworks were in the design of a person's face. As for who this face belonged to, they weren't able to immediately distinguish. What is happening up there? Should we go take a look? A disciple suddenly proposed. Jade River frowned. She didn't want to cause any problems, but as she looked at the face and the far-off fireworks, a familiar feeling came to her. How come this face looks a little like Lin Mook? Jade River muttered to herself with doubts in her heart. The Vice Palace Master shook his head. It should only be a coincidence that they look alike. There is no reason that Lin Mook would have someone cast a signal flare into the sky because of him. This sort of signal flare is activated with inscription techniques, and it is considerably difficult to create as well as prohibitively expensive. The signal can spread to a wide range, and the one launching it should be someone from a large influence. As for the person depicted by the signal flare, it should be one of their most wanted criminals. The Vice Palace Master explained. In his opinion, if a large influence were to place a bounty on someone and in this manner, that person was likely some extraordinary figure. No one in the ranks of their Zenith Palace was capable of receiving such treatment. Bounty? Now that Vice Palace Master says that, I actually recall something. Just several days ago, the spirit race was issuing out news that they had placed a bounty on someone, and this person seemed to have stolen some sort of precious spirit medicine from the Soul Cave and caused an uproar in the Akashic Dream battlefield. Although Zenith Palace had been engaging in guerrilla warfare in the wild mountains and plains for these past several months, because they had many people, there were always some disciples that managed to obtain news passing through the Akashic Dream battlefield. Oh! Precious spirit medicine. The Vice Palace Master's thoughts stirred. He glanced at the other high-level figures from Zenith Palace and then finally said, let's go take a look from afar and see what the situation is like. If there is any danger, then we'll immediately leave. In the Akashic Dream battlefield, many people had the same idea as Zenith Palace. Their total war strength was weak, so it was impossible for them to even think of obtaining some top spirit medicine that could tempt an Empyrean or even a true divinity. They only wanted to join in on the fun and see just what was happening. Of course, there were also some people hoping to come and pick up some easy advantages. They didn't think they could obtain these precious spirit medicines, but if they ran into any corpses of powerhouses, they would be satisfied with sifting through them. Thus, underneath the incitement of the great fireworks in the sky, more and more martial artists arrived at the raised forest area. These people only stood at a distance, not daring to go forwards. And at this time, in a giant circle that everyone was standing on the side of, the center was filled with countless scattered bodies. Every corpse was mutilated and torn apart. Their deaths had been miserable. Because there were too many martial artists that had come, the corpses formed a thick layer over the ground. Their blood had gathered into flowing streams. As for Lin Ming, he grasped his spear and floated in the air above the pile of corpses. Killing intent surged out from his body, making him seem like an unrivaled Asura. His merit points had already reached 10 billion. Of course, these merit points had to be divided by his age. In truth, he had less than 100 million. With this amount, he couldn't even exchange for a tenth of the golden page. From this alone, it could be seen how difficult it was to obtain a golden page. Whoosh! At this time, Lin Ming hurtled forwards. He rushed in a direction and swung his spear. Spear light swept out and a divine brilliance radiated into the skies. Several heads immediately rolled to the ground. You! The companions of these dead people were enraged. They had originally come to steal the precious spirit medicine, but the Lin Ming in their eyes was far too ferocious. They didn't dare to attack him. They only watched from a far-off distance as spectators, but even so they never imagined that they would be sucked into this mess. Why do you kill us? Someone angrily shouted, unable to do anything to Lin Ming. Those who kill should expect to be killed. You cannot hide your killing intent, so don't bother making excuses about your intentions. As Lin Ming spoke, the Grand Mist force field came shrouding down. The entire group fell to the ground, completely trapped in this force field. For a time, blood-red light flashed in the air as howls and screams filled the force field. No one was able to contend with Lin Ming. This wasn't even a battle but a massacre. The disparity was too great. The surrounding martial artists saw the bloody lights flashing in the force field and felt a cold chill crawl down their backs. They had all heard Lin Ming speak. Lin Ming had sensed that those people had thoughts of killing him, thus he attacked them. This was what he meant when he said those who kill should expect to be killed. In other words, even though Lin Ming was engaged in a titanic battle that had continued for a long time, his sense had already thoroughly locked onto everyone nearby. None of their movements had escaped his eyes. Just how terrifying was that? Run! Some people who held killing intent towards Lin Ming immediately began to run away. Their confidence had utterly collapsed. But at this time, Lin Ming flicked his fingers. Spear lights shot out and a massive number of martial artists were pierced to death. This moment had become their lives' most unforgettable scene. They had encountered a demon who they had no strength to resist. A tremendous number of merit points merged into Lin Ming's token. Lin Ming felt the token in his inner world heat up, as if it would start to combust on its own. This was a situation that rarely appeared in the past, where one's merit points increased so dramatically and rapidly. It had to be known that the people Lin Ming killed were not weak. Besides the merit points that they had themselves, they also had merit points they plundered after killing others. Now, all of their points belonged to Lin Ming. At this time, from outside the completely unrecognizable jungle, the sound of rustling footsteps drew close. 100+ martial artists were rapidly making their way here. In this area, many influences had gathered. But, this squad of martial artists wasn't worthy of attention at all. The size of their group was small and there weren't any masters in their ranks. All they had were several half-step world kings and peak holy lords to stand out. As for the others, a great number of them weren't even at the Holy Lord realm, but just the Soul Lord realm. A Soul Lord realm martial artist showed their true strength in the Akashic Dream battlefield, where one's cultivation was restricted to the Soul Lord realm. Because of this, the strength they displayed was similar to what it was in the real world. Without the increase in their strength brought about by their comprehension of laws and cultivation methods, they simply didn't possess much combat strength here. As this squad appeared, Lin Ming felt them approach. He looked towards them with surprise. This was because he had recognized several familiar people. This squad was the top squad of Zenith Palace and had gathered all of their elites. Lin Ming naturally remembered who they were. As Lin Ming glanced at them, the martial artists from Zenith Palace were all stunned. Jade River, Yifan, the Vice Palace Master, as well as the several Zenith Palace elders, all of them stared back at Lin Ming with eyes as wide as full moons. They froze where they were, completely unable to respond to what they saw. Wasn't this Lin Mook? It was really him. Chapter 1816, Brilliant Fireworks. The many disciples of Zenith Palace hadn't responded to what they saw yet. But at the next moment, a thick smell of blood flooded their senses. Lin Ming floated in the void. Beneath his feet, a massive pile of corpses was stacked up in thick layers. Blood, torn flesh, dismembered corpses, this was an indescribably ghastly scene. This was... Jade River froze. Beside her, Yifan had also paled. The many elders of Zenith Palace were panic-stricken, they didn't know just how this had happened. Jade River's wide eyes stared at the blood still dripping down Lin Ming's spear, unable to find the words to say. All of these people, had they been killed by Lin Mook? From these dead martial artists she was able to feel a strong force field. This was because those that had died had been too strong in life, and after dying, their strength had gathered together instead of dispersing. Yet such a group of powerhouses was piled up like a heap of dead dogs. Lin Ming didn't greet those people from Zenith Palace. Zenith Palace had only been a small springboard he used when he first came to the Soul World in order to obtain information on Shang Mei and enter the Akashic Dream battlefield. He had deliberately distanced himself from Zenith Palace because of this. Moreover, right now he had caused too great a stir in the Akashic Dream battlefield. If others knew about his connections to Zenith Palace, then a World King influence like them wouldn't be able to suffer the consequences. Lin Ming fell on the ground and swept out his divine sense. He found a spirit race martial artist and then reached down to grab a spatial ring from their finger. People looked at Lin Ming, unsure what he was trying to do. With such formidable strength, he likely had plenty of lucky chances and treasures. But by all reason, he shouldn't be interested in the wealth within a spirit race martial artist's spatial ring. Lin Ming probed the ring. After several breaths of time, he found some inscription symbols from within it. Lin Ming scanned these inscription symbols and soon understood how to use them. Everyone was dumbfounded. Were these inscription symbols so special? Why would this death god care about them? And at this time, Lin Ming suddenly flung out his hand and the inscription symbols flew into the air. Not just that, but Lin Ming had also flooded them with his true essence as well as fusing the Azura Road's divine runic arts into them, making them even more potent than before. With a loud explosive sound, the inscription symbols completely exploded. In the next instant, a mind-boggling sight occurred. These inscription symbols recklessly released dazzling fireworks into the skies, all of them brilliantly burning as they gathered into an image of Lin Ming. With the strength of several inscription symbols gathered together as well as Lin Ming's strength flowing through them, this caused the image of Lin Ming to be dozens of times larger than before and higher than before. It was absolutely an eye-catching sight. Everyone watching felt their jaws drop, unable to say anything. These were the signal flares used by the spirit race martial artists that had been chasing Lin Ming. The previous signal flare had already burnt away by now and the fireworks had dimmed down. Thus, Lin Ming had decided to cast more up for another round. And these were even more brilliant than before. For a time, Lin Ming's appearance reappeared in the dark skies. His dashing and heroic face, his sharp and fierce aura, it was like he was taunting all the elites of the world. What was he trying to do? He wasn't satisfied with these numbers of people and wanted to kill more, to kill to his heart's content. Lin Ming's intentions were now clear to everyone. He wanted to tell all the nearby martial artists that he was waiting here for them. No matter how many people came, he would kill that many. Was he some inexhaustible killing puppet? He had slain so many people and battled for such a long time, and yet he wasn't tired at all? The people from Zenith Palace were already completely dazed. This scene also made them understand what had happened. Before, Jade River thought that the image formed from fireworks in the sky looked similar to Lin Ming. This meant that Lin Ming was the person who the spirit race had placed a bounty on. In the Soul Cave, he had obtained a precious spirit medicine that could even tempt the heart of a true divinity. Moreover, not only was he not captured, but now he was standing here not running, waiting for people to come hunt him down so he could kill them all one at a time and gain merit points while doing so. This method was simply frightening. And in the next moment, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He looked into the distant horizon. Through the layers of bloody mist and red clouds in the skies, Lin Ming could clearly see what was happening in the distance. Two groups were rapidly approaching. The group in front was led by a tall and sturdy spirit race martial artist. This martial artist was covered in purple scales from head to toe. He was a king of the spirit race's younger generation, the Purple Chestnut King. And not too far away from him was the heroic Spiritas youth. Accompanying them were masters of their various influences, all of them hurtling towards Lin Ming at a breakneck pace. And amongst these masters were many great world kings. As Lin Ming saw these two groups of people, he viciously smiled. He had been waiting for such a long time and now two big fish were finally approaching the bat. They must have a great deal of merit points. Brat, you're dead. After the Purple Chestnut King received the signal, he didn't immediately chase after Lin Ming. Rather, he sent his own men after Lin Ming while he gathered powerhouses from his people. He knew just how strong Lin Ming was. After that defeat at Limitless God Mountain, some martial artists had spread out news about his strength, so he had risen to fame. Indeed, it was true that many people learned Lin Ming had obtained the Kirin fruit. At the same time, the Purple Chestnut King's defeat had been vividly recounted. The Purple Chestnut King was an extremely arrogant individual. He already disliked the Spiritas martial artists of the Soul World, and now with these people endlessly mocking him, it left him choking on his rage. Thus, this time, he had to kill Lin Ming in order to recover some of his honor. Even if he had to win in a disgraceful manner by relying on the strength of his sect, he couldn't care too much about this. He fully realized that he wasn't Lin Ming's opponent. Elder Phone, in a bit make sure you all attack with everything you have. This brat is not easy to deal with. The Purple Chestnut King growled, his chest burning with hate. Your Highness, rest assured we will not underestimate the enemy. This Elder Phone was one of the great world kings of the spirits, moreover he was a peak existence amongst great world kings. Whoosh! 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 The Purple Chestnut King had caught up and had brought 5 great world kings along with him, as well as a good number of ordinary world kings. In addition, many Holy Lord followers were right behind them. This was a terrifying force. And not too far behind the Purple Chestnut King, the heroic Spiritus youth had also brought a formidable force. His squad consisted of 4 great world kings and 7 or 8 ordinary world kings. It had to be known that these 2 martial artists originated from peak Empyrean level influences. The direct disciples of an Empyrean influence would mostly reach the world king level. As these 2 terrifying teams arrived, their aura caged in the entire audience, leaving everyone shocked. When had the martial artists from small influences ever experienced such a scene? Even though these 2 teams had their cultivations suppressed, the auras emanating from their bodies were still those of top powerhouses. As these auras exuded out into the world, it left the low-level martial artists reeling. Without a doubt, any single one of these newcomers could easily eliminate one of the weaker sects present without any chance of revolt. This was the same for Zenith Palace. And all of these people had come for Lin Ming. The disparity in these lineups, wasn't it just too great? At this time, Lin Ming was standing atop the wind. His body wasn't stained with too much blood, and he seemed rather relaxed. Behind him, an inexplicable gray strength was gathering. The Purple Chestnut King wanted to find a hint of fear on Lin Ming's face, but he was left disappointed. Lin Ming was a shard of ice, completely unmoved by what was happening around him. This caused the Purple Chestnut King to become even gloomier. He didn't think Lin Ming was a fool. In other words, if Lin Ming was calm, then Lin Ming must be far stronger than he originally anticipated. Lin Ming was already confident in his skills to the point where he completely disregarded a circle of great world king-level powerhouses besieging him. Assemble! The Purple Chestnut King roared. The 5 spirit race great world kings didn't show off. Facing this junior that was countless years younger than them, they began to stand with the Purple Chestnut King, lining up shoulder to shoulder. Soul force surged out like rivers from their bodies, forming into a massive phantom giant made of soul force. This phantom was almost large enough to reach the heavens and contained an incredible amount of soul force. Human boy, go die. As the array formation finished gathering, the Purple Chestnut King shouted out loud. The massive phantom giant they summoned was one of the supernatural powers of their spirit race. They could gather the soul force of several people together to multiply their strength and form an incomparably formidable soul form. This giant soul form sent its mountain-like palms crashing down upon Lin Ming. As Lin Ming saw this, he instantly formed millions of seals. The gray strength behind him suddenly rose up. Countless runes sparkled. Between the heavens and earth, they formed a 3-headed and 6-armed figure, a titanic Azura warrior phantom. This Azura warrior was slowly pushing a massive wheel. The wheel had countless howling demons and weeping ghosts. Their cries and hisses were strange and chilling. Lin Ming glared at the Purple Chestnut King, his slaughter energy soaring to the heavens. In the void, 2 titanic figures violently struck each other. This strike was astonishing. The giant demon wheel pushed by the Azura warrior began to grind down on the soul form. Black energy filled the air, emitting a humming sound. The void shivered and the earth shook. The potential behind their strikes was extraordinary. As for that soul form, its fists rained down like a storm. Every time they crashed down, it was like a falling mountain wrapped in soul force, with enough momentum to break through a world. Everyone was bewildered upon seeing this. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Countless runes shimmered like stars. They were struck and then annihilated. A storm of energy spread out in all directions, cutting massive fissures into the earth. Some spectators standing relatively close were swept up by the storm, many of them crying out in pain and misery as they were sent tumbling away. But as the fight continued, the purple chestnut king's fierce expression began to fade away, instead replaced by wide eyes of disbelief. The complexions of the 5 great world kings with him also changed. They understood just how powerful the soul form giant they summoned was. In the past, they had even used it to block a 50% strength attack from a sovereign of the spirit race. Yet now, their soul form giant was equally matched by this strange Azura warrior in front of them? Wait, something was wrong. Their soul form giant was actually disintegrating. 5 spirit race great world kings had joined together with the purple chestnut king in a formation, and yet they were being suppressed by a single Lin Ming. The Azura phantom that Lin Ming summoned was also more formidable than that soul form. Chapter 1817, Killing the World Kings. Although the spirit race's soul body was overbearingly tyrannical, it was still a manifestation of soul force. Moreover, when truly compared, it wasn't as perfect or as powerful as the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel. The Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel that Lin Ming displayed was the inheritance of the Azura Roadmaster, someone who had surpassed the great Tao laws of the 33 heavens, someone who had possessed the ability to destroy and create worlds. To control the life and death of myriad demons was in a sense a new boundary far from anything else. Within the karmic wheel was the profound true meaning of samsara and also an inherent restraint on soul force. In terms of background of soul techniques, this soul form manifestation simply could not compare with the myriad demon karmic wheel. After the soul force was forcefully pushed back by the myriad demon karmic wheel being pushed by the Azura warrior, its entire body began to shake. With every crushing impact, tumbling waves of the true meaning of samsara as well as those endless demons and ghosts began to swallow up the soul form manifestation. By the time the purple chestnut king and the others discovered something was wrong, over half of the mountain-sized soul form's body had been sucked up. Just what are you all still watching for? Hurry up and attack! The purple chestnut king shouted out at the heroic Spiritas youth. Originally, the heroic spirit youth had thoughts of allowing 2 tigers to fight on the mountain. He wanted to have the purple chestnut king's group engage Lin Ming in a bitter life or death battle and then benefit from their fallout. But now, as he saw the purple chestnut king and the others soon about to be exterminated by Lin Ming, he realized his previous ideas had been far too naive. The purple chestnut king and his followers were not Lin Ming's match at all. Attack! The heroic Spiritas youth cried out. At this time, the 4 great world kings at his side as well as 8 ordinary world kings all fired towards Lin Ming. And at this time, Lin Ming was fighting with the soul form created by the purple chestnut king's squad. He wasn't able to defend, otherwise the soul form manifestation would roll over him instead. This is our chance. The 4 Spiritas great world kings' eyes blazed with a cold light, their killing intent surging out. Their attacks included blinding sword lights, overwhelming waves of freezing ice, phantoms of ancient beasts, and even clouds of endless energy. Their barrage contained a variety of laws that were soon about to sweep over Lin Ming. And even now, Lin Ming didn't move at all. This caused others to think that he would die in the next moment. But then, something startling occurred. From within Lin Ming's inner world there was the sound of a loud thunderclap. 2 forms rushed out from his inner world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A horrifying explosive noise shook the void. These 2 forms were like unrivaled victors, unstoppable. One figure wore black clothes and grasped a gold spear. The other figure wore purple clothes and held a wheel in his hands. However, both of them had an appearance completely similar to Lin Ming's. Avatars. In a situation where Lin Ming's true body had no ability to defend himself right now, he still had 2 avatars. In a moment, the joint attack of the 4 great world kings was torn apart by Lin Ming's 2 avatars. The black-clothed Lin Ming was like a peerless Azura, his speed climbing to the extreme. Not just that, but he simply ignored the attacks of the four great world kings. As those waves of cold ice, energy clouds, and sword lights struck this black-clothed Lin Ming's body, all of them did nothing at all, not even able to leave behind a scar. Even if this black-clothed Lin Ming didn't use a spear, his body itself was an unequaled divine weapon. Now, with endless divine light radiating from his body, he hurtled towards the Spirida's great world kings. How could this avatar be so strong? Its body was as hard as a divine weapon, just how could anyone fight it? Gotcha! The purple gold spear swept out and a great world king wildly gushed blood. The black-clothed Lin Ming was the essence spirit embryo stone that was personally refined by the Azura Roadmaster. Its mortal bodily strength was even greater than Lin Ming's. A great world king that had their cultivation suppressed to the Soul Lord realm simply wasn't able to stop this avatar's onslaught. As for the purple-clothed Lin Ming, he was even stranger. He was the Soul Spring's divine embryo and an incarnation of Source Soul Force that possessed a power that was the nemesis of divine souls. As soon as this Lin Ming attacked, he was able to directly strike at a martial artist's spiritual sea. To a Spirida's martial artist, the spiritual sea was the foundation of their martial arts. Pang! Another great world king was grievously wounded. His face turned paper white and he began bleeding from his head. His spiritual sea had clearly suffered catastrophic damage. And at this time, a voice shouted out, "Break!" Lin Ming's true body suddenly rose up. The mountain-sized Azura warrior phantom also appeared behind him. With a punch that carried a staggering strength of over 10 billion genes, the Azura warrior smashed the central region of the soul form. The spirit race's soul form had mostly dissipated already. Now, it was unable to withstand Lin Ming's momentous strike. Bang! With a deafening explosion, the soul force runes that dotted the soul form manifestation began to break apart and disintegrate. A pitch-black soul force spread out like coils of snakes. The purple chestnut king and the others had merged their spirits into a soul form manifestation. Now that the soul form exploded, all of them received a dangerous backlash. They cried out in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood as they were sent flying dozens of feet away. At the same time, the demon ghosts within the myriad demon karmic wheel began to shimmer. The pitch-black rays of soul force and the dissipating soul form manifestation were recklessly absorbed by the myriad demon karmic wheel. The myriad demon karmic wheel grew as it continued pushing towards the purple chestnut king and the 5 great world kings. The purple chestnut king was panic-stricken. Suddenly, he felt just how indescribably terrifying that wheel with endless demons and ghosts howling within was. He had been wounded and his soul force was wildly surging within his body. Right now, he felt as if the massive black wheel pressing down towards him was like an endless vortex. He simply didn't know how to resist it. The other 5 great world kings also had agitated soul force. Facing the myriad demon karmic wheel that had swallowed up their soul form manifestation, all 5 of them cried out in misery. Puff! 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 3 great world kings were crushed by the myriad demon karmic wheel, dying on the spot. The other 2 also suffered near-fatal wounds. Then, Lin Ming used the space laws. With a single step, he nearly teleported right next to the purple chestnut king. The purple chestnut king's complexion paled and his hairs stood on end. "You?" A deep growl came from his throat. There was no longer any time for words. Lin Ming's phoenix blood spear had already pierced through his throat. Puff! The spear tore through his throat and spine before leaving from the back of the neck. The purple chestnut king wanted to spit out his last words, but he had been silenced. His 2 white eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin Ming's movements were extremely fast. He waved his spear and cut off the purple chestnut king's head. The entire process flowed as smoothly as a spring stream. It was only when Lin Ming left through the void did blood start erupting from the purple chestnut king's head, blowing up over 10 feet high into the sky. The many martial artists present were dumbfounded upon seeing this. Among the spirit race's royal family, the Purple Chestnut King had been the strongest of the younger generation. Yet, this strong individual had been slain by Lin Ming after having been on the Akashic Dream battlefield for just several months. And now, with a loud rumbling sound, the grand mist force field came shrouding down, caging in the surrounding space. From the two great influences, only 6 great world kings were left. Whether they were heavily injured or just suffered minor scratches, they, along with the dozen-plus ordinary world kings, were covered in the force field. Lin Ming had himself but also possessed 2 avatars. They guarded 3 directions, surrounded by world kings. He would wipe away all of these people. As the world kings realized this, all of their complexions darkened. This was a hunt that Lin Ming was familiar with, as well as a massacre. As for them, they were Lin Ming's prey. Voila! Behind Lin Ming, the black Azura phantom appeared once more. The 2 great wheels in its hands were like the scythe of a death god, ready to harvest the lives of others. Blood splashed out. No one could contend with Lin Ming. The disparity was just far too great. On this battlefield where everyone's cultivation was set to the same level, a great world king was nothing at all. There was no chance anyone could escape through a stroke of luck. When the 9 great world kings joined forces, they still hadn't been able to kill Lin Ming. Rather, they were killed by him instead. One by one, great world kings perished. Even the heroic spirit youth had his heart pierced by Lin Ming's spear and was instantly killed. This heroic spiritus youth as well as the Purple Chestnut King both provided Lin Ming with many merit points. It seemed that the 2 of them had already killed a great number of trial challengers. The merit points of the Purple Chestnut King and the heroic spiritus youth had all been taken away from other trial challengers. Now, all of it was returned to Lin Ming. The token within Lin Ming's inner world seemed to burn up in a blaze of flames. The growth of merit points within had already reached a terrifying degree. Then, the last world king was slaughtered by Lin Ming. Blood rained down to the ground. The grand mist force field gradually faded away as Lin Ming began gathering his scattered aura. The air was filled with the thick scent of blood. Corpses littered the ground, and now over 20 more of them had been added to the mix. Compared to the many martial artists that Lin Ming had killed before, adding in another 20-some wasn't considered much at all. However, these people all had abnormal identities. 9 great world kings, 2 top geniuses of peak Empyrean influences, as well as over a dozen ordinary world kings, all of them had been slain by Lin Ming. From all over the Akashic Dream battlefield, more and more people began catching up to watch what was happening. As for those that were drawn in by the signal flare, they were utterly shocked, unable to say any words. Too strong. Strong to the point of frightening others. Before this, some people wondered if Lin Ming had sufficient energy to continue. But now, it seemed that this Lin Ming was actually a vicious beast in human form. His endurance and power had reached an inconceivable boundary. Some people suspected that he was restoring his strength even as he fought. In this kind of battle, the amount of energy he consumed was about the same as the speed with which he regenerated. If this continued, he would be able to fight without end. Some figures that were hidden in the pitch-black forest began to quietly sneak away. They were also people that had once thought of killing Lin Ming. But, this human only needed to face them to make them feel an indescribably terrifying pressure pushed down on them. As for attacking him now, no one was willing to do something so ridiculous. For a time, over 10,000 people surrounded this battlefield. But, they all simply looked at Lin Ming, no one wanted to fight him. This person, is he really the Lin Mook we rescued? The Zenith Lice Palace Master looked at Jade River. At this moment, Jade River's mind was drawing a blank. Why would he suddenly appear next to their Zenith Palace? This human youth could possess a horrifying background, have experienced massive lucky chances, or perhaps even be an incomparably monstrous genius when it came to talent. Or, perhaps he possessed all 3. But no matter what, there was one thing they were certain of. It was impossible for such a genius to appear from nowhere. As he was rising, he should have caught the attention of countless individuals with his halo of excellence. But as it were, none of them had heard of him before. They feared that maybe even Seoul Empress Shang Mei might not be much stronger than this Lin Mook. It was hard to imagine that he was actually human. If he appeared at Zenith Palace, there must have been some unknown reason for it. Chapter 1818, Empyrean Myriad Ghost. After killing these great world kings, my merit points have risen. After my age is factored in, I still have more than 300 million. Lin Ming realized as he looked at his token. In the Akashic Dream battlefield, there was far too great a difference between killing the weaklings and killing great world kings. It could be said that the weaklings were almost negligible. Only killing these peerless powerhouses held any significance. 300 million still isn't enough. I'm missing 700 million. If I want to exchange for the golden page, I still have a lot of work to do. Lin Ming played with the token in his hand. This ordinary token was now as hot as flames. Many martial artists were staring at it, their hearts filled with longing. If they could kill Lin Ming, then they could obtain not only the Kirin fruit but also a massive number of merit points. This was far too tempting an offer. However, no one dared to attack. In fact, when Lin Ming's gaze swept over them, they all retreated together, none of them possessing the courage to face Lin Ming directly. Those from Zenith Palace were also filled with fear and awe. The points in Lin Ming's token might be far more than the total amount that Zenith Palace had earned for the last several tens of thousands of years. Before, Empyrean Heaven Corps had published a list of resources that points could be exchanged for. They wondered whether or not Lin Ming's merit points were considered to also be Zenith Palace's. If so, as the Zenith Palace elders realized this, they looked at each other with a strange light in their eyes. Empyrean Heaven Corps, as an Empyrean-level character, would keep true to his word, especially one that he publicly made. And if Lin Ming's merit points could truly be exchanged for resources, then perhaps Empyrean Heaven Corps would be bankrupted. There's not many powerhouses left. Lin Ming scanned the strength of the remaining people and discovered only a few auras that were worthy of his attention. Moreover, these remaining powerhouses were considerably far from Lin Ming. They were all standing at carefully chosen locations, ready to escape at any moment. After all, these people had come to the Akashic Dream battlefield to freely slaughter to begin with. While they were all hunters, at the same time, they were also prey. In a situation where they knew they were inferior to Lin Ming, they certainly didn't want to get too close to him. Otherwise, a single misstep and they would become the hunted prey. Lin Ming noted these people's movements. No matter how strong he was, these people were far too scattered. Moreover, they had also prepared themselves to run to begin with, so wanting to chase after all of them was nearly impossible. As for killing just several of them, that was only a waste of effort. What he needed was 1 billion total merit points. No one's going to attack? Lin Ming muttered to himself. He faintly frowned. If things continued like this, how could he increase his number of merit points? If he had to search all over the Akashic Dream battlefield and find people to kill himself, that was simply far too inefficient a method. He thought for a moment and then immediately perked up. Red-dressed little girl. I know that you are nearby. Do you mind if I use the Kirin fruit a little? Lin Ming's sudden words caused the flow of energy around him to become a little chaotic. The voice of a startled girl said, Why you? What do you plan on doing? She was panicked. And once she panicked, she spoke even faster. The Kirin fruit was still in Lin Ming's possession. Before finding the hidden treasure that the red-dressed little girl talked about, Lin Ming naturally couldn't hand it over. After all, Lin Ming couldn't help but remain on guard against this little girl. She was just far too mysterious. The red-dressed little girl was scared that Lin Ming wanted to swallow the Kirin fruit. She quickly said, If you eat it, it won't work, you don't have the time to digest it. The red-dressed girl reminded Lin Ming. To swallow something like the Kirin fruit in this situation was akin to suicide. The massive influx of chaotic energy in his body would be fatal. Lin Ming faintly smiled. He couldn't imagine why the red-dressed girl was so anxious about this spirit medicine. I'm just taking it out a little. I won't harm it. As Lin Ming spoke, he took out the Kirin fruit from his spatial ring. As the Kirin fruit suddenly appeared, it presented itself in the eyes of these 10,000+ martial artists. For a time, people didn't immediately understand what was happening. As the Kirin fruit saw so many bewildered eyes on it, it began to chirp without end. The Kirin fruit already possessed spiritual wisdom, thus it knew just how valuable it was to a martial artist. It was absolutely a wonder medicine that even Empyreans would fight for. For them, this was a massive lucky chance. Now that the Kirin fruit appeared in the greedy gazes of so many people, it was like an unrivaled beauty being stripped naked and thrown into a pit of frenzied sex perverts. What followed could be imagined. There were so many people present, wouldn't this stir up an unprecedented massacre? However, what surprised the Kirin fruit was that even though the 10,000+ martial artists were staring at it with shock, many of their eyes having turned red and many of them gulping loudly, none of them dared to attack. Their throats twitched as if they were eager to give it a try. But just as they were about to attack, they seemed to recall something horrifying and would immediately shrink back. What a joke! The Lin Ming in front of them could even kill great world kings en masse, so who would dare to attack him? The sea of corpses beneath his feet was the best example of those who had tried. It's the legendary spirit medicine that Lin Ming stole away. That's it. Someone wiped the drool from their lips. The rich source soul energy left him taking deep breaths in and out, as if he could absorb just a little bit of that spiritual energy. Although they had never seen this spirit medicine before, this sort of aura could not be faked. The fruit is in the shape of a Kirin that's almost completely manifested. This is a spirit medicine found from the Soul Cave, its value cannot be imagined. In the past, even true divinity-level powerhouses stepped into the Soul Cave to search for spirit medicines and the Weeping Blood God Springs. But after the Weeping God Blood Springs disappeared, Empyreans and true divinities no longer went to the Soul Cave. I never thought that something like this Kirin fruit would ever appear in the world again. Just how did it come to be? Many martial artists longed for the Kirin fruit. Those with the strength of a world king all had maddened eyes. The Akashic dream space was extremely strange, a fantastical and unique existence. Although they were all spirit bodies here, if they managed to obtain the Kirin fruit and swallow it, their actions would be directly reflected in their true bodies, even allowing their true bodies to increase their cultivations. Perhaps even this Kirin fruit could be brought out of the Akashic dream space. This was what some Spiritas Empyreans had hypothesized in the past. The dream was reality, reality was a dream, everything existed with Spirit Source as the foundation. This human brat is too arrogant. Because no one is attacking him, he deliberately brought out the Kirin fruit. This is the same as announcing to the world that the Kirin fruit is with him, and anyone who kills him can take it. He wants to draw on those who don't fear death to attack and then kill them instead, taking their merit points. Many people thought that Lin Ming's methods were far too egoistic, he was simply looking down on all the heroes of the world. But currently, when facing Lin Ming, no one dared to attack. Like this, Lin Ming sat cross-legged in the void. The Kirin fruit slowly spun above his head. The little Kirin fruit cried out non-stop, clearly shocked by what was happening. And spinning near the Kirin fruit was also a blood-red token. This was the token Lin Ming entered the Akashic dream world with. This token contained a massive amount of merit points. If one could kill Lin Ming, then the majority of these merit points would be theirs. And this merit token could only be obtained with true strength, one would have to kill Lin Ming in order to receive it. If they stole it, were given it, or obtained it through other methods, it would be regarded as invalid by the laws of the Akashic dream world. Like this, Lin Ming floated in the air with the Kirin fruit and red token spinning above him. As for what lay below him, there were the corpses of endless peerless powerhouses piled up high. It was like an Azura hell with rivers of blood flowing out. Mysterious spirit objects emitted bursts of light. Combined with the rivers of blood, this formed a powerful visual impact that left everyone feeling floored. As for the Lin Ming who was in the middle of all of this, he was undoubtedly an unrivaled war god. No one could summon the courage to resist him. Even if greater enticements were placed in front of them, no one dared to attack. If Lin Ming was anyone else, they could use the advantage of numbers to slowly whittle away at his strength. But this monstrous freak Lin Ming seemed to have endless strength, so much that no one could imagine resisting him. However, just because these people didn't dare to attack didn't mean that everyone was the same. After Lin Ming sat in meditation for an hour, above his head, the skies began to suddenly darken. Giant dark clouds gathered in the skies, and every cloud seemed to contain endless meandering ghosts, all of them weeping in pain. A visual phantom appeared, one that was dark red and had a river-like appearance. Many bone lotuses floated above this river, making it look like the yellow springs of hell. The surrounding temperature rapidly fell, filled with the true meaning of cold. An aura as heavy as seas and mountains gushed out from the endless dark clouds, making everyone's hearts feel heavy, as if this entire forest had turned into the underworld. Jeej! A sharp and grating laugh resounded from above. Junior, you are far too arrogant. I came to see just how long you can last, but I never imagined that no one would dare to fight you. After no one approached you, you thought to take out the spirit medicine in front of them. Did you really think that there was no one in this world that could take it from your hands? Ah, you are far too naive. This voice left the martial artists present shuddering. This aura, this pressure. Empyrean. Even though their cultivation was suppressed, an Empyrean's aura remained the same. This was because their aura was almost equal to the laws themselves. Many Empyreans had passed through heavenly tribulation. To a certain limited degree, they could be considered even with the heavenly Tao laws. Of course, this even was only within the domain they were skilled in. For instance, a fire attribute Empyrean could reach the heights of the heavenly Tao rules in the fire laws. If an Empyrean wanted to resist the full and comprehensive heavenly Tao, that was an impossibility. Empyrean. Empyrean Myriad Ghost, Empyrean Myriad Ghost has come. Many people cried out in alarm. They had never seen Empyrean Myriad Ghost's techniques before, but they could confirm that this other party was an Empyrean. When combined with the ghosts dancing about in the skies, they correctly guessed just who this newcomer was. This is bad, that god of disaster has come. We won't be sucked into this mess, right? Many people were frightened and began to rapidly retreat. Empyrean Myriad Ghost had clearly come to take the Kirin fruit. No one wanted to be drawn into a fight of this level. For a time, everyone drew back over a dozen miles before slowly coming to a stop. Of course, to the martial artists present, even if they were dozens of miles away, they could still clearly see what was occurring on the battlefield. I've finally reeled in a big fish, Lin Ming's lips curved up in a smirk. It was inevitable that an Empyrean would appear. After all, the Kirin fruit was just far too precious. Even an Empyrean would drool over it. Lin Ming had already roused up such a great storm, how could the Empyreans here not know about it? Chapter 1819, Fighting an Empyrean. Human, do you think you are undefeatable in this world just because you defeated several great world kings? From the skies, a dark cackling voice spread out. The one speaking clearly felt that there was a considerable number of great world king corpses scattered on the ground. The disparity between an Empyrean and a world king is not what you could hope to imagine. Do you think a great world king is just a single level away from an Empyrean? Although there was still a half-step Empyrean level between a great world king and an Empyrean, this half-step Empyrean was not considered a full boundary but half a boundary. In other words, half a step. If one had to truly state it, there was indeed just a single level separating a great world king from an Empyrean. But, this single level was a monumental difference. This was because an Empyrean often had to cross heavenly tribulation and would be reborn in the process. The laws of an Empyrean were on a completely different rank from those of a great world king, and the power of these laws stood on equal ground with the heavenly Tao. They could even be brought into the Akashic dream battlefield. This difference was the same as the heavens and earth. Bang! Empyrean myriad ghosts aura erupted, filled with a matchless arrogance, one that looked down upon everyone in this world. As he spoke, a massive pressure came pressing down, shocking many of the martial artists present and making them nearly fall to the ground. And this was a situation where Empyrean myriad ghost's cultivation had been suppressed. If Empyrean myriad ghost was in his peak state, it was hard to imagine just how oppressive this pressure would be. This was how terrifying an Empyrean was. For a time, everyone had to shoulder the burden of this Empyrean pressure. Everyone retreated together, but their eyes remained vivid with fear. Most of those present had never seen an Empyrean fight before, and as they saw Empyrean myriad ghosts' momentum at this time, they couldn't help but shiver with fear. With everyone at the Divine Lord level, just who could block such an attack? Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Ming. Lin Ming's actions within the Akashic Dream battlefield had indeed been far too rampant. Originally, with his strength, if he were to remain a little more low profile, then he could have continuously hunted down world kings and great world kings in secret. At the end, it wouldn't have been hard for him to obtain first place in merit points. Moreover, he even had the Kirin fruit. He could return home with riches and glory. But it seemed he wasn't satisfied with this. He actually took out the Kirin fruit to taunt those around him, finally causing an Empyrean to move. Once Lin Ming was killed by an Empyrean, he would lose the Kirin fruit as well as his merit points. This would be a tremendous loss. Even if he defeated 9 great world kings, he still can't defeat an Empyrean. Even the weakest of Empyreans can easily kill 9 great world kings without allowing them any chance to escape. That's right, and this Empyrean myriad ghost isn't too bad, he seems to be an intermediate Empyrean. Empyrean myriad ghost's Yellow Springs Temple was located in a great world within the Soul World, the Yellow Springs world. Empyrean myriad ghost was a renowned and infamous individual, and Yellow Springs Temple was an Empyrean influence he had established by himself. For many years, countless individuals had dreamed of entering Yellow Springs Temple, and the name of Empyrean myriad ghost reverberated like a thunderclap through the Yellow Springs world. Then, at this time, Empyrean myriad ghost suddenly attacked. He stood still himself, but above his head, snow-white bone claws came crashing down from the dark clouds, lit by endless motes of gravelights. The gravelights crackled around the white claws as they pierced through the void. Roar! A terrifying dragon's roar shook the earth. From those billowing black clouds, there was actually a giant bone dragon hidden within. Even for an Empyrean, it was difficult to subdue a god beast. But finding the complete skeleton of a god beast was relatively much easier. Now, this giant bone dragon hiding in the clouds was a murder weapon that Empyrean myriad ghost had refined himself, and the material used to make it was the complete skeleton of a true dragon. This bone dragon's claws carried with them an overwhelming potential as they came rumbling down at Lin Ming. Of course, this bone dragon's strength was also suppressed by the Akashic Dream battlefield's laws. Lin Ming fiercely looked up, an electric light racing through his eyes. From beneath his feet, waves of wind spread out in a circle. Within his body, 3 Tao Palace opened wide their gates. Lin Ming's body began to release the sound of deafening thunderclaps. Waves of blood essence and blood vitality were wildly stimulated. Lin Ming stood tall and straight like a spear. Then, an overbearingly tyrannical aura gushed out from him, followed by a dreadful blood energy. Without evading or dodging, he shot up into the skies with his spear, violently colliding with those mountain-sized bone claws. Lin Ming's spear light was incomparably small when compared to the mountain-sized bone claws, but as the 9 stars of the Tao Palace were opened within his body, his profound bodily potential erupted, giving him an incalculable level of strength. In the outside world, Lin Ming's strength was calculated with the power of dragons. This was a true dragon-subduing level of strength. Like a meteor, Lin Ming's spear light crashed into the bone claws. Ka ka ka. With an explosion that seemed to tear apart the heavens and earth, the bone dragon wailed in misery. Atop the seemingly unstoppable bone claws, countless runes shimmered. These runes were inscribed onto the junctions of the dragon bones and were the work of Empyrean Myriad Ghost. But under Lin Ming's tremendous impact force, these runes began to radiate a blinding light as they started to visibly disintegrate. Then, even the parts of the dragon bones connected to these runes began to crack. A massive dragon bone claw was thus broken by Lin Ming. The joints shattered and bones came flying off. Although Lin Ming hadn't truly shattered the dragon bone and had only caused it to break apart, to the many people watching from below, it appeared that Lin Ming had crushed the giant bone dragon with a single strike. Even though there was such a disproportionate difference in their bodies, this sort of mind-boggling scene had occurred. Everyone was left utterly shocked. Was this the strength that a Divine Lord realm martial artist was supposed to possess? Rah! The bone dragon howled out in agony. Lin Ming's eyes flashed like lightning. He stepped forwards with the space laws and hurtled forwards. First, he needed to deal with this bone dragon. Empyrean Myriad Ghost's mind quaked. He thought that even if the bone dragon alone couldn't defeat Lin Ming, it was still enough to suppress him. But he never imagined that the bone dragon would be defeated in front of Lin Ming. The cracks rapidly expanded and more bones came flying off. Lin Ming was fast and unstoppable. His entire body was covered with purple azure law runes. The bone dragon's runes were constantly destroyed and the dark clouds around him dispersed. Finally, Empyrean Myriad Ghost moved. He naturally wouldn't watch helplessly as the bone puppet he refined with difficulty was reduced to a pile of broken bones by Lin Ming. His bent body was covered with a dense and mystical black gas. Every inch of his skin that was exposed to the black gas had numerous malicious ghosts crawling and roaring out loud. Shwa! Empyrean Myriad Ghost's speed was like ghosts and gods. He shot towards Lin Ming. And in this moment, Lin Ming looked down. Blazing fire stars seemed to burn in his eyes. His sword-sharp divine sense immediately locked onto Empyrean Myriad Ghost. At the same time, his aura became even more terrifying. All of the strength within his inner world erupted out together. From the start, his goal had never been the bone dragon but Empyrean Myriad Ghost. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the Phoenix Blood Spear was placed into his inner world. Then a black spear appeared in its place, the Black Dragon Spear. As this spear appeared, space and time seemed to be cut apart by it, making everything come to a pause. And what was also cut apart was Empyrean Myriad Ghost's fierce and arrogant expression. This spear! As Empyrean Myriad Ghost looked at this spear, he didn't know why but an inexplicable sense of fear and alarm surged in his heart. His intuition told him that this spear carried with it an extremely terrifying aura. Perhaps in ancient times, this spear had cut down true divinities. This brat, just how could he have such an unrivaled weapon? Empyrean Myriad Ghost had no time to think about these thoughts, because at this time, Lin Ming attacked him. Lin Ming wielded the Black Dragon Spear. The dreadful spearlight carried with it star-like runes as it shot forth like a river of stars. Empyrean Myriad Ghost's complexion turned cold. Although he was surprised, he wasn't panicked. Seeing this spearlight continuing to expand in front of him, he pushed out his left hand and began to grind space within it. His entire palm changed as it was covered with black lights. Every black light had skeletons floating within it. His palm was like a grinding pan that contained 10,000 ghosts, completely crushing the overwhelming spearlight. Suppress! Empyrean Myriad Ghost shouted out loud. Not just that, but he also raised his right palm, bringing it together with his left palm. As two palms gathered together, even space shattered as endless black fog spread out. In the midst of this black fog, there were the sounds of rumbling thunderclouds as well as endless ghost towns looming in the fog. The Yellow Springs River appeared, bleached bones rising high in its tide. In this river, deep ghost temples floated up and down. 10,000 ghosts cried out from within, as if the yellow springs themselves had been brought here. All strength in the surrounding area was completely swallowed up by this darkness. Green grasses as well as the surrounding towering trees were tainted by traces of this black gas and rapidly dried up before decaying. Yellow Springs Ghost World. A surrounding martial artist cried out in panic. This martial artist flew back several thousand feet further away, lest he be contaminated with even a tiny bit of the black gas. This Yellow Springs Ghost World was the one of the peak comprehensions of Empyrean Myriad Ghosts' ghost laws. It could manifest a small world to suppress an enemy. Even though Empyrean Myriad Ghosts' cultivation had been suppressed, he could still use this Yellow Springs Ghost World technique. The fiercest aspect of this Yellow Springs Ghost World was not in its ability to suppress enemies. Rather, its fiercest aspect was the fact that it could refine the suppressed enemies and make them a part of the Yellow Springs Ghost World. Like this, the Empyrean Myriad Ghosts' Yellow Springs Ghost World would become increasingly perfect, increasingly powerful. Lin Ming rushed towards Empyrean Myriad Ghost. Facing this Yellow Springs Ghost World that covered such an incredible range, it was impossible to try dodging it. Rather, he grasped the Black Dragon Spear and raced directly into the Yellow Springs Ghost World like an arrow. Bang! The darkness was blown apart. Lin Ming's figure was completely swallowed up by the Yellow Springs Ghost World. He raced into the Yellow Springs Ghost World. Many people cried out in shock. To enter Empyrean Myriad Ghosts' domain was the same as seeking death. In particular, Lin Ming's original cultivation boundary had been far weaker than Empyrean Myriad Ghosts. Seeing Lin Ming's figure swallowed up, Empyrean Myriad Ghost's face didn't show any signs of relaxing. He slowly closed his hands, wanting to draw back in these Yellow Springs Ghost laws and completely roll over Lin Ming. But at this time, his entire body shook and his complexion changed. He could feel a strength that made his mind shake erupting from the Yellow Springs Ghost World. What? In the middle of the Yellow Springs Ghost World, the countless ghosts that had been climbing over Lin Ming and gnawing him, wanting to eat him up, had all disappeared without a trace. Then, that black spear shot forwards, carrying with it an unknown and unstoppable power of laws that seemed to annihilate all of existence. And, this black spear was wrapped with numerous arcs of lightning. The arcs of lightning also spun around Lin Ming, exterminating any ghosts that came near him. Every trace of lightning carried with it a vast and profound aura. This was the power of the top-grade thunder source that Lin Ming had obtained from Empyrean Thunder Punishment. Empyrean Thunder Punishment had been a superior Empyrean. Now that his power of thunder had been completely absorbed by Lin Ming was able to display the potential of this power to its peak. And the power of thunder was the ultimate nemesis of ghosts and spirits. Chapter 1820, Poison Laws. The thunder source in Lin Ming's hand gathered into a roaring thunder dragon. As this thunder dragon appeared, countless thunder runes began sparkling around it. Each rune was like a massive ball of thunder, emitting a terrifying power of thunder. Empyrean Myriad Ghost was immediately able to sense the terror of this power of thunder. How could a human baby have grasped such a profound source power of thunder? Before he could process this, the thunder dragon roared and began smashing into the ghosts within the Yellow Springs Ghost World. Bang! A terrifying explosion rang out as the collision between the thunder dragon and ghosts turned into a series of deafening detonations. Two horrifying strengths crushed each other beneath the sizzling light of thunder before vanishing together. The power of thunder possessed an inborn ability to suppress all evil beings and ghosts. It was the nemesis of Empyrean Myriad Ghosts' technique. However, Empyrean Myriad Ghost had been an Empyrean for a long time already, and his Yellow Springs Ghost World had reached much higher heights in the laws than Lin Ming was at, thus both powers exploded together when they smashed into each other. Countless ghosts howled and faded away even as the thunder dragon also dissipated. But, Lin Ming's Black Dragon Spear continued on without stopping. It forcefully tore open a section of the Yellow Springs Ghost World and thrust straight towards Empyrean Myriad Ghost. Crimson light flashed in Empyrean Myriad Ghost's eyes. A fierce ghost phantom erupted in his hands and collided with the Black Dragon Spear's spear light. Bang! Endless black light shot out, accompanied by the roaring of the Thunder Dragon. Empyrean Myriad Ghost's ghost claws rapidly expanded as they came racing towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming stabbed out the Black Dragon Spear. The power of the stars from the highest heavens completely merged into Lin Ming's body, and a formidable strength flared up from within him, surging towards the ghost claws in waves. Ka 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 ka. In that moment, a crack appeared in Empyrean Myriad Ghost's ghost claws. And right after that, the ghost claws were shattered. In the moment of explosion, Lin Ming's thoughts focused and popping sounds crackled from his bones. As for Empyrean Myriad Ghost, his heart chilled and he immediately began drawing back. Between Lin Ming and Empyrean Myriad Ghost, the air was filled with waves of the mystic power of thunder. For a time, the entire audience fell silent. When Lin Ming fought the Bone Dragon, it was fine that he took the upper hand. After all, the Bone Dragon was only a puppet refined by Empyrean Myriad Ghost. But following that, when Lin Ming fought Empyrean Myriad Ghost in a frontal battle, he hadn't been the weaker one at all. This was an Empyrean. In the minds of common martial artists, an Empyrean was an unreachable existence. Even if an Empyrean's cultivation was suppressed in the Akashic Dream battlefield, they still retained access to their transcendent methods. Yet, a human junior was able to brutally battle an Empyrean on even terms. This was inconceivable. "You, who are you?" Empyrean Myriad Ghost was shocked. It was impossible that a peerless genius like Lin Ming could remain unknown. In the soul world, humans are nothing but mortals raised in cages. They lack strength and they have no inheritances. For the last billion years, a human Empyrean has never appeared amongst their ranks. But as for you, you possess such strength. As long as you don't perish in the future, becoming an extreme Empyrean is the least you will accomplish. You possess the blood of a dragon and phoenix, and the power of your inheritances is incredible. Moreover, you have an acute understanding of the ancient mystic laws. You simply don't resemble a human born in the soul world at all. Empyrean Myriad Ghost had an extraordinary level of experience. After observing the clues, he began to suspect Lin Ming's background. Lin Ming frowned. He didn't want others to know he came from the divine realm. So, he maintained complete silence. Within his body, the Azura blood began to restlessly stir. Empyrean Myriad Ghost was indeed a formidable opponent. His comprehension of laws surpassed Lin Ming's. For instance, Empyrean Myriad Ghost's Yellow Springs Ghost World was far inferior to Lin Ming's Grand Mist Space in terms of quality, as it was an Empyrean force field created by a peak Empyrean. But because of the differences in their comprehension of laws as well as the disparity in their backgrounds, Lin Ming's Grand Mist Space wasn't able to suppress the Yellow Springs Ghost World. But laws were not the only factor in a battle. In many other aspects, Lin Ming surpassed Empyrean Myriad Ghost. For instance, the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. For instance, the power of the phoenix and dragon blood within him. For instance, the Azura laws. These were superiorities that even an Empyrean might not possess. And at this time, the bubbling Azura blood within Lin Ming's body had reached the pinnacle. His body emitted explosive crackling sounds. He grew taller, his hair turned blood red, and black scales appeared over him, covering him in a layer of armor. A horrifying and potent aura erupted from within Lin Ming like a howling dragon. Behind him, a massive Azura phantom appeared, standing indomitable and imperious, seeming to hold the universe in its hands. In this moment, Lin Ming had used the Azura body metamorphosis. With this, his strength had reached its zenith. This sudden change caused all the martial artists to gasp out loud in shock. Lin Ming had actually been holding back and now he had erupted with an even more terrifying power. It was hard to imagine just where the limits of this human lay. It had to be known that in the past, in the 5th level of the Azura Road's final trial, Lin Ming had used the Azura body metamorphosis and his greatest attack to break open the undying Polar Ice's egg. At that time, Lin Ming was able to stand on par with Shang Mei. Now, facing Empyrean Myriad Ghost, Lin Ming was naturally overflowing with momentum. The Black Dragon Spear pointed towards Empyrean Myriad Ghost's head, the spear wind oppressing. This scene caused Empyrean Myriad Ghost to truly become enraged. His face turned incomparably grim and cloudy. Never before in his life had he been provoked like this by a junior. Then let me show you the strength of an Empyrean. Rays of black light burst out from within Empyrean Myriad Ghost's eyes, as if twin black suns had risen in his pupils. His body began to turn hazy and drops of blood appeared from his pores. Each drop of blood condensed into a meteor-sized demon head in skies. They hissed and roared, emitting waves of fierce noxious aura. At the same time, every demon head began to chant in a strange and harsh tone. The surroundings began to change, as everything was covered with a thin layer of frost that carried with it the true meaning of cold. Lin Ming discovered that his legs began to sink down, as if the void itself had turned into an endless swamp. Countless thick bones drilled out from the ground, grasping towards everything above. Even the corpses of the many martial artists that Lin Ming killed before were grabbed by these bones. With loud sizzling sounds, these corpses emitted plumes of green smoke. In the next moment, everything melted, without even broken bones remaining. Like this, the mountain of corpses turned into black and red goo which emitted a smell that burnt the nose. This macabre sight caused one's scalp to itch. Lin Ming's eyes shrank. Empyrean Myriad Ghost's technique contained an extremely strong corrosive power. These were the poison laws. Once a martial artist touched these poison laws, their flesh and blood would be constantly eaten away. The bones tumbled in the void, rushing towards Lin Ming like endlessly long pythons. Lin Ming's electric eyes glared at Empyrean Myriad Ghost. His body also began to turn hazy. An aura as deep and boundless as the sea erupted from his body. Black light covered him, blinding to the eyes. Curse seals appeared on his skin, spreading outwards. A terrifying light shot out from his pupils, making them seem like twin black vortexes. Break! As Lin Ming shouted out loud, all around him bones began to blow up in swathes. Lin Ming was like a demon god reborn. Becoming one with his spear, he became like a black dragon. Completely disregarding space, he tore through the void and the floating demon heads, firing straight towards Empyrean Myriad Ghost. With a thrust of his spear, the mountainous piles of bones were destroyed. Empyrean Myriad Ghost thrust out his hands, forming millions of runes. All sorts of ghost laws emerged from him, even distorting space. All of this energy condensed into a thick, pitch-black ghost wall. As for Lin Ming's spear, it thrust into this ghost wall, pushing straight into it. Bang! In the intense collision, endless poison gas was broken apart. At such a short distance, it was impossible for Lin Ming to escape the shockwaves of energy. The inexhaustible poison gas surged towards Lin Ming's body, striking at his protective true essence. Chi. Lin Ming's protective true essence was constantly corroded by the poison gas. After his protective true essence melted away, his body was touched by the poison gas and his black scales began to corrode, with bloody pus flowing out from them. As Empyrean Myriad Ghost saw this, he diabolically grinned. You want to severely wound me at all costs so that we mutually suffer? How could I give you that chance? Empyrean Myriad Ghost had seen through Lin Ming's plan. Lin Ming had been intending to ignore all injuries and forcibly pierce through the black wall to wound him. However, the poison gas he released wasn't easy to deal with at all. Once this corrosive power entered a martial artist's body, it would spread through a person's meridians, corroding their energy, body, and blood vitality. With the support of these poison laws, even touching a tiny bit of this poison gas was fatal. Empyrean Myriad Ghost's figure flickered as he drew backwards. He had to avoid Lin Ming's attack. Facing Lin Ming, he no longer held any disdain towards him at all. He knew that as long as he dodged Lin Ming's attack and allowed his poison gas to continue corroding Lin Ming's body, he would win. Seeing Empyrean Myriad Ghost engage in these guerrilla tactics, the surrounding martial artists were left in a daze. As an Empyrean, he would actually use such skirmishing tactics against a junior to whittle them to death. This isn't glorious at all. Don't speak so carelessly. All that matters here is winning. Don't think that this human is some common junior. Although Empyrean Myriad Ghost's tactics seem somewhat shameful, it is the wisest choice. Many Spiritas martial artists spoke up on behalf of Empyrean Myriad Ghost. After all, Lin Ming was still a human. After dodging Lin Ming's attack, Empyrean Myriad Ghost's lips curved up in a wide smile. Lin Ming's merit points were useless to him, but that Kirin fruit was something he longed for even in his dreams. It was a miracle object for nourishing the soul and could even help him break into the superior Empyrean boundary. After several more exchanges, he would win. However, just as Empyrean Myriad Ghost moved, wanting to avoid Lin Ming's attack once more, his complexion changed. He swiveled around. Behind him, energy crazily surged. A black-clothed Lin Ming as well as a purple-clothed Lin Ming had appeared. Each held a wheel in their hands as they came hurtling towards Empyrean Myriad Ghost. Empyrean Myriad Ghost was shocked. Avatars. Lin Ming's two avatars had blocked Empyrean Myriad Ghost's paths of retreat. Not just that, but the massive Azura Phantom fell down from the clouds, directly covering Empyrean Myriad Ghost. Empyrean Myriad Ghost simply didn't have time to make a choice. He could only battle the two avatars and meet their strikes. These two avatars were divine objects personally refined by the Azura Road Master himself. Although they were restricted by Lin Ming's cultivation and couldn't display their true heaven-shaking strength, in this Akashic Dream battlefield Empyrean Myriad Ghost's cultivation was also suppressed. If these two avatars joined together, they actually formed a terrifying combat force. Bang! Two Azura wheels smashed into Empyrean Myriad Ghost's devil arts. For a time, ghost fog surged out and divine light pierced into the skies.